Right, good morning everybody. Welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. Today's meeting is being filmed for live and subsequent broadcast by way of the Council's internet site. The images and sound recording may also be used for trading purposes within the Council. As you'll see from the agenda papers, generally the public speaking areas, seating areas are not filmed. However, by entering the meeting room and using the public seating area, you are consenting to being filmed and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or trading purposes. Proposed public speakers have been made aware of the broadcasting arrangements prior to the meeting. Would members in the chamber please use your microphones to contribute to the meeting, and please remember to switch off the microphone when you've finished. Members dialing remotely, please turn on your camera for the full duration of the committee as requested by the Planning Department. Also, could you please ensure that you refrain from using any mobile devices during the committee and that any devices are on silent. Thanks very much. So we'll move on to the main agenda. Just bear with me a moment. We haven't received any apologies for absence, to my knowledge, so we'll move straight on to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest at this point? Councillor Howells.
Thanks, Chair. Two applications in my ward, and I have had contact with my ward colleagues on both applications, but I remain open-minded and will make a decision on the evidence before me today.
That's fine. Thanks very much. Thanks for declaring that. Councillor Peterson, you're down as a speaker. That's fine. You're a public speaker, so that's fine. You don't need to declare an interest, but thank you anyway. The next item is the minutes of the previous meeting. Hopefully everyone's seen and read those minutes. Can I have somebody propose that they're a true record, please? Councillor Jordan, thank you. Somebody to second. Councillor Perkins. And everyone in agreement that they're a true record? Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the main part of the agenda. The order is going to be slightly different to what you've got in your papers. The first item we're going to take is the second one in your list, which is application number 25/0220. It's in the Ymddiheuriadau ward, and it's the land at Traston Lane in Newport. We're taking this one first because we've got a presentation, a public speaker and a ward member speaking, so that's why we're taking that one first.
Could I raise a point of order first, Chair, on this application? I understand that a resident in the area asked to speak on the application and was declined from doing so as a public speaker. The planning rules in the Constitution state that residents have to give notice by 9 o'clock on the Wednesday preceding the meeting.
Yeah.
But the papers weren't actually available then. They weren't sent out till the following day. So I think that we need to be really clear, when we're putting the papers out, so residents have got notice in time to be able to give notice to attend these meetings. And I think as a result, that resident has been denied access to attend effectively.
Right. I'll check that with officers. I don't have the information to hand, to be honest, unless, Andrew, you want to speak on that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. We are, obviously, I agree with when the papers went out. The Code of Practice states when the deadline for registering to speak is, and the letters we send out also advise members of the public when they have to register to speak by. Now, the letters actually state a day later than the Code of Practice at the present time, and we have had this situation before. In this instance, the request came in on the Monday, significantly after both deadlines, so we were of the view, as I said, Chair does have discretion and we put it to the Chair, but my advice was not to allow that person to speak. The resident in question hadn't even commented on the application at this stage, and then subsequently did after that. So we do this to ensure that members have full details. Nothing new should come up in Planning Committee that hasn't been raised or considered. So it's to make sure our decisions are as safe as they can be. In this instance, we did advise that we would accept the comments, and you'll have had a late reps report that was circulated yesterday, so the comments have been sent to members, but that's why we advised the Chair not to accept the resident speaking in this instance.
Thanks for clarifying that, Andrew. So, we'll move on to the application, then the Traston Lane one. The presenting officer for this is Grant Hawkins, so over to you, Grant. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, just to clarify, repeating Andrew really, but a late reps was received on Monday afternoon from a member of the public in relation to this application. That has been published on the file for public viewing, and the late representations report was circulated to members and other parties yesterday, on Tuesday. So just to confirm that. This application seeks planning permission for 22 affordable dwellings, new access works, landscape planting, a new pumping station and associated works at land at Traston Lane in the Liswerry ward. The application is major development as the number of dwellings created is greater than 10. The applicant has undertaken their statutory pre-application inquiry consultation prior to the submission of the application. The LPA has undertaken a full public consultation through neighbour notification, site and press notices, resulting in 24 neighbour responses. An EIA screening has been undertaken, which concluded the development is not EIA development. The recommendation is that the Planning Committee resolve to grant the planning application with conditions, subject to the signing of a Section 106 legal agreement. The application site is a 0.65 hectare parcel of underused land located within the urban boundary. The site has an extant planning permission for 21 dwellings and is allocated as a housing commitment site under policy H1 of the Newport Local Development Plan. The site is broadly flat parcel of land comprising of grassland, which has boundaries to the north, south and west that are predominantly made up of vegetation and trees, some of which are a group TPO or individual TPO trees. The site is situated south of Traston Close and Traston Lane, north of the Newport Cricket Club, where there is an intervening green, east of the velodrome and associated site, and west of the highway at Traston Road. It is located within flood zone 2 and 3, defended against sea, as per the flood maps for planning. Planning permission is extant on the site for a development of 21 dwellings, with associated works, and commencement of development was confirmed in 2019 through the issue of a lawful development certificate. A subsequent non-material amendment was approved in 2022 that agreed alterations to house types, minor layout amendments and soft landscape changes. For the context, the approved site layout as per the NMA is shown on your screen. Turning back to the current application, the proposal originally submitted contained 22 dwellings, and this is shown on the slide. However, following discussion with the LPA regarding concerns regarding a range of matters, including the site layout, residential amenity, access arrangements, and impact on landscape features, the application was reduced to 22 dwellings. So 4 dwellings were removed from the scheme on your screen here. Over the course of the application, further amendments to the proposal have been negotiated and include increased tree planting on site, increased outdoor private and communal amenity space, providing private amenity space for the block of 8 flats through the provision of balconies, as well as enhancing the design and appearance of the dwellings at key locations across the site. The final proposed site layout plan, as shown on the screen, is the final version of the scheme and is assessed as being acceptable by the LPA. A new access will be formed off Traston Lane to the east of the site. To the northwest of the access, a foul pumping station is proposed with underground setup, providing minimal infrastructure above ground, limited to ancillary cabinets and access covers. This will be enclosed by a 1.8 metre high brick screen wall that will also extend either side of the new road to create an attractive entrance to the site, making a positive contribution to the streetscape. A 5.5 metre wide estate road runs broadly central through the site, initially bound by landscape verges and tree planting. The proposed 22 dwellings are arranged either side of the road and comprise of 8 two-bedroom houses, 2 3-bedroom, 2-storey houses, 2 two-bedroom bungalows of single-storey, and 10 one-bedroom flats spread across 2 buildings. In order to mitigate the risk of flooding, the site access road is initially graded up from the access east to west, and the proposed dwellings and their curtilages have also been raised between 1 and 1.4 metres from the original ground levels. Where necessary, the ground will be retained via a wall or a hydro seed bag system, and soft landscaping is utilised to soften the visual appearance. The scheme proposes 34 off-street car parking spaces, private and communal cycle and refuse storage, a mix of soft landscape planting, retained trees, proposed native and street trees, and above-ground natural suds features to form part of the surface water strategy for the site. The principle of residential development is established through the approval of the previous residential development and the allocation for housing commitment through the Newport Local Development Plan. The site is located within an existing residential area and in a sustainable location, with accessibility to a range of different amenities, including shops, leisure and education facilities, and public transport access. Although located within the defended flood zone and the development is for highly vulnerable development, Technical Advice Note 15 states that applications for new development on greenfield sites are appropriate in defended zones where they are allocated in development plans, as this site is. As such, the proposal complies with the overarching Local Development Plan Policy SP1 Sustainability, subject to all other material planning considerations being satisfied. Moving to flood risk. As the principle of development in this location is justified in flood risk terms, the key consideration is whether the consequences of flooding can be safely managed. Flood risk has been a significant issue raised through the public objections and consultation process. A flood consequences assessment has been submitted and reviewed by Natural Resources Wales, who raised no objection to the development, subject to the proposed site levels being secured through the planning condition regime. The application demonstrates that in a 1 in 200 flood year event, including climate change allowances, all proposed dwellings and their gardens will remain flood-free for the lifetime of development. Whilst flooding is predicted where the site access meets Traston Road, NRW accept that ground levels at this location cannot be raised without affecting the essential access to the site. In the more extreme 1 in 1,000 year event, the dwellings would again remain flood-free and garden areas would experience only limited flooding up to 0.16 metres, which remains within the TAN 15 requirements of a maximum flood height of 0.6 metres. Although the access road would flood during these events, residents who choose not to leave the site with the prior warning and remain within their homes would not be at immediate risk from flooding. The FCA also concludes that due to the small scale of the development in the context of a wider flood event, there would be no displacement of flood water, a negligible displacement of flood water, and this would not increase flood risk elsewhere. NRW is satisfied on this point. Concerns have also been raised regarding surface water flooding and the potential impact on neighbouring properties through the consultation process. The site itself is identified as being at low risk from surface water flooding. Detailed surface water drainage proposals will be subject to separate approval from the Council's SUDS approval body, and development cannot proceed until that approval is obtained. Officers are satisfied that the site layout can accommodate the necessary drainage infrastructure that would be required, albeit the technical assessment and details are subject to a separate regulatory regime, referred to as SAB. Overall, officers are satisfied that the risks and consequences of flooding can be appropriately managed, subject to the recommended conditions, and the proposal complies with the requirements of Technical Advice Note 15. Officers are satisfied that the final site layout is acceptable and complies with national planning policy objectives for good placemaking and design, and will provide a high-quality development that will integrate appropriately within the surrounding context. The scheme will deliver an affordable housing project for the rented social landlord who intend to retain ownership and manage the site. So it has been designed to their standards and with their functional requirements in mind. All properties have been designed so that they are of an acceptable size and layout and have openings that provide good natural light, outlook and ventilation, whilst retaining privacy between properties. Communal and private external amenity space is required for the dwellings and flats, for the dwellings and flats, and the size and form is considered to be acceptable. External areas are provided for soft landscaping and tree planting, and this will create a pleasant visual amenity across the site, contributing to good placemaking objectives, as per national planning policy. The separation distances between the proposed dwellings and those existing properties, primarily at Traston Lane and Traston Close, are considered to be acceptable in accordance with guidance and suitable in accordance with guidance. Suitable boundary treatments are also proposed that will prevent indivisibility between proposed and existing neighbouring gardens. The site context will clearly change, and relationships between existing properties and the site, which is currently an underused parcel of land, will alter. But this in itself is not a reason to refuse planning permission. The site is allocated for residential development, as previously mentioned, and contributes towards the affordable housing provision targets of the local development plan. The proposal has demonstrated that the residential amenity of existing properties will be preserved, and this is acceptable. Adjacent to the site entrance contains the pumping station, which is required for the foul drainage strategy at the site, and it will connect the site with the existing main sewers network. Details of this have been negotiated, and it now creates more of a feature to the site, enclosed by a brick screen wall that extends either side of the highway, along with soft landscaping and tree planting to create a pleasant entrance to the site at Traston Road. Infrastructure is predominantly underground, and a planning condition will require final details. Welsh Water have considered the impact of foul flows generated by the proposal and conclude that flows can be accommodated within the public sewerage system. In terms of the design and appearance of the dwellings themselves, they are mixed in appearance, but all of a similar scale, simple and modern design, and will comprise of consistent external materials, predominantly render and cladding. Located either side of the highway, they will provide active frontage and natural surveillance over public spaces, and certain more visible plots have also included dual frontage to create an interest and further interaction. The use of landscape features also breaks up the built form of development and provides a greener and more attractive environment. Following final amendments, the proposed access has been accepted by Highways, and final details will be subject to technical approval under the Highways Act. The road through the site is 5.5 metre wide, and the highway officer accepts that this is sufficient to serve the number of dwellings proposed and also to accommodate on-street visitor parking. The off-street parking provision for each unit is accepted, and on-street visitor parking is also considered suitable for the development. Cycle parking and refuse storage is provided in line with the SPG requirements. A construction environment management plan is secured via condition to control the impact of the construction phase, including details in relation to construction vehicle movements and timings, avoiding peak pick-up and drop-off time, given the proximity to the nearby education establishments. Overall, subject to conditions, the Highways Officer has no objection to the proposal. Planning Policy Wales states that planning authorities must seek to maintain and enhance biodiversity in their exercise of their functions. A net benefit for biodiversity must be achieved as part of the application. With a green infrastructure statement submitted that is proportionate to the scale and nature of the development, including the stepwise approach. The site is enclosed by a number of trees and tree groups, of which several are protected by tree preservation order. All individual TPOs will remain. However, the submitted tree survey and information identify that approximately 60% of the trees that have been surveyed are classified as dead, dying, dangerous, or otherwise unsuitable for retention. As such, 41 trees or tree groups are recommended for removal. Of these 41, 25 are located outside of the application site on council land, and 16 are within the site. As part of the overall proposal, 61 new trees are proposed to be planted within the site through the landscaping scheme. Despite raising early concerns regarding net benefit for biodiversity, following receipt of an updated green infrastructure statement, an addendum to the ecology report, and updated landscaping scheme, including additional tree planting, the Council's ecologist has this week confirmed no objection to the proposal, stating that there is a substantial number of trees proposed for replanting of an acceptable species type. The Council's landscape officer is also satisfied that the proposed soft landscaping scheme is acceptable and has offered no objection. The tree officer does raise concerns over the loss of the group trees along the site boundaries, as these were TPO'd to provide a visual buffer, which will now be reduced. 25 of the trees suggested for removal are under council ownership, and there is no obligation to remove these trees, as may be the case. However, officers are assuming that the worst-case scenario takes place as part of this assessment, and that all trees recommended for removal are removed. On balance, whilst the removal of a number of boundary trees will alter the visual character of the site and its surroundings, the losses predominantly relate to trees of poor arboricultural quality, whose removal would be justified irrespective of the proposed development. The replacement planting proposed is considered to be proportionate, compliant with relevant planning policy, and capable of delivering long-term landscape and biodiversity benefits on this allocated residential site. When weighed against the significant public benefits associated with the delivery of affordable housing development, the loss of the identified trees is considered acceptable. The applicant has agreed to the draft heads of term, which secures a minimum amount of affordable housing in line with policy at 20%, with built-in safeguards in the event properties enter the open market. Education and leisure commuted sums have also been agreed. Under the original plan of permission for this site, a 9-metre-high ball stop fence was secured through a legal agreement to prevent cricket balls entering the site from Newport Cricket Club. As part of that agreement, it was the applicant or successor in title who was to construct this fence. Provision of such a fence is also included within this application, and the acceptability is established through the previous permission. It is also suggested it will be located tight to the existing tree line to the south of the Rhein on land that is owned by Newport City Council and leased to Newport Cricket Club. Following discussion with the Leisure Department, it is considered that the most appropriate way to secure such a fence on council land would be for the applicant to make a financial contribution to cover the cost of the ball stop fence, which is index-linked to cover inflation. The applicant has agreed to securing this through the legal agreement, and at present work is being undertaken to finalise the exact figure, which will need to be included in the final signed legal agreement. It is requested that delegated authority is provided to the Head of Regeneration and Economic Development to use discretion to refuse the planning application in the event that the legal agreement is not secured and signed within 3 months of a resolution. Overall, it is considered that, on balance, the proposed development has demonstrated compliance with the relevant national planning policy and local development plan policy and is considered to be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. We've got one public speaker before the ward member speaks. Sam Courtney, the agent. You've probably been told this already, but you've got 5 minutes to speak. Okay, so I'll give you a little nudge when it's getting close to time to wind up. Okay, so over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sam Courtney, and I'm acting on behalf of Wellspring Homes, who have developed a scheme before you for 22 high-quality, sustainable, affordable homes. The application now proposes a mixture of one-bedroom apartments, 2 and 3-bedroom houses, and 2-bedroom bungalows, together with landscaped communal open space, access and associated works. As members will have seen, the site has a history of residential development, with planning permission having previously been granted in 2005 for 21 large detached and semi-detached houses, with that permission having been implemented by the previous landowner. Notwithstanding this, the site is also located within the settlement boundary in a sustainable and appropriate location and remains allocated for housing under the current development plan. Accordingly, given both the history of the site and the LDP designation, the principle of the proposal is considered appropriate in land use policy terms, subject to the satisfaction of the usual development management considerations. As you will have seen, Section 7 of the committee report covers a wide variety of these issues in detail, and I would like to reassure members and the concerned residents that the objections raised have been carefully considered and have been comprehensively appraised by officers as set out within the report and the presentation you've just heard. In the limited time available, I'd just like to focus on a few key issues. The scheme now before you has been revised down to 22 homes through the loss of 4 semi-detached houses. This has allowed an increase in landscape open space, improving the overall layout and appearance, whilst reducing the extent of built form significantly compared to the extant consent. Sections 4 and 7 of the committee report appraises concern over flood risk in great detail, and I'd just like to highlight to members that the revised scheme offers improvements over the extant permission. The proposal has accurately been modelled using the most up-to-date data available in accordance with the latest TAM 15 requirements, and to the satisfaction of NRW, who now raise no objection, subject to implementation of the scheme in accordance with the approved FCA and details included within the submission. It is noted that residents have raised concern on drainage on foul capacity grounds. However, Welsh Water, who are the statutory body responsible, raised no objection, confirming that capacity exists to accommodate the development. Furthermore, this scheme makes provision for sustainable surface water drainage in the form of rain gardens, drainage basins, permeable paving and other such storage features, which have been incorporated into the design. Whilst formal approval of these precise details falls outside of the planning process, the strategy to be employed again offers benefits over the previously consented scheme, with reduced likelihood for runoff in peak storm events. The changes undertaken to the design have sought to minimise unacceptable impacts upon neighbouring amenity, with all reasonable steps taken to comply with acceptable separation and privacy standards. The amount of development has been reduced, buildings moved away from boundaries, and bungalows introduced to ensure impacts upon the neighbours are minimised. Furthermore, the amenity considerations of the future occupiers has also been suitably considered, with increased and improved outside amenity space provided for all dwelling types. Finally, taking on board the strengthened position on biodiversity and green infrastructure within the latest version of Planning Policy Wales, the revised scheme has sought to ensure that a comprehensive scheme of landscaping, including replacement tree planting, protection of the TPO trees and biodiversity enhancement measures, are included as part of the design. It should be noted that the innovative use of hempcrete as a main construction material for the dwellings offers further environmental benefits compared to more standard construction materials. To conclude, the scheme before members has been carefully considered. Working collaboratively with your officers, the design forms a high-quality and innovative development of 22 affordable homes within a mixture of housing types and sizes, which will meet a wide spectrum of need within the community. The proposal, as revised, clearly accords with guiding principles of Planning Policy Wales, together with key policies of the Local Development Plan. Members are therefore respectfully requested to follow your officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Sam. Well within time as well. Councillor Peterson, you also down to speak as well, so over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee, for allowing me to speak today. What I would like to say first before I start is the overwhelming response we had from the consultees within the 50-metre area. I think it was like a 43% response rate to raise concerns about this development, and the top concern, which was raised to me and through the consultation process, was flooding. And I want to be clear, no residents is concerned about river or sea flooding. It's not tidal flooding that they're concerned about. It's about surface water, because I sent through some documents on Sunday where I used my AI friend to do a diagram of the existing. So could I ask members to refer to that document? This is the existing drainage system for Traston Lane, the site, and the gardens on Traston Close. What residents are concerned of, by raising the ground up by 1.4 metres, you're going to create a swimming pool. And even though the officer has said in his report he's confident that it won't cause worse flooding, surface water, because NRW have said that it's unlikely to knock on, I think I've noticed a bit of a flaw with the process. The flood consequence assessment states that there is no reports historically of flooding, yet Trasnet floods every year in every garden. I live on the opposite side of the road, and my garden is flooded every year from November to March. And years of garden, which was also sent through. This is normal behaviour of the water every winter. But where there's been no reports of the 2 breaches of the cottages in the past 5 years, right, which I also sent a link through the shared point, members are aware that the site has got a history of flooding, and I would ask members to consider if the flood consequence assessment noted that there was existing flooding, right, and historical flooding, would they have carried out further assessments and would give more data and technical assessments of the possible outcome of raising the site up? I believe that it would lead to that, because the residents are not asking this development to fix the existing flooding issue. Residents are quite content this is what they've signed up to. But they're concerned that if you don't know the current standpoint by no technical assessments, how can you be confident, right, for future assessments? So I think there's a lacking in assessments on the flooding, which comes with this proposal. And I think that needs to be in place now for delivery purpose of the application, rather than putting it off into SUDs and SABs at a later date, which may result into changing the site layout to be able to accommodate if it is found to be worsening of the flooding. Also on the application, I want to point out on the bottom right-hand corner, that's the site, all that greenery. Again, I can't find any assessment of how much natural defence for flooding does that provide, because the tree officer pointed out that 40 tree groups will be removed and 41 baby trees will be put in. But baby trees don't suck up as much water as mature trees. When you look at that image, they're full of greenery, and even though some of the trees may be unhealthy, they're still doing a primary function for flooding. So if you remove them, what impact does that have on surface flooding? I think we need a few answers on that. And then going on to the actual site layout with flooding, on the original plan, and if you go on land registry, there's a ditch at the back end of the site which surfaces, which gives service to Traston Close and the rear gardens. So right at the back of this property, you can see on the land registry, there's a drain which goes right across and into the green. On the proposal, there is no new drain to replicate that. All there is 1.4 metres of earth and then properties. So where to does this water go to output? And I think these are answers which should be answered before granting planning permission. So that's the residents' concerns, and I think if we get it wrong at the planning permission, this is the consequences of having a big pool. This is the consequences if we get this decision wrong. So I request we have more information through assessment of the behaviour of the water at the sites with surface water, because there's a lot of detail on flood waters from tidal, which I think is brilliant. And I think if it was to do the access road, I don't think that should be an issue for the site, because, as the officer said, the houses would stay dry. You could evacuate the residents and they would turn back, where the rest of us in Traston would be doing a clean-up operation. So I just want to put a bit of balance there. My second objection is to do with the cricket fence, the ball stop. It was in an S106 funded in 2012 because there was no legal requirement there. However, the Welsh Labour government in 2017 implemented a law for planning for exactly this situation, and it's called Agents of Change. The example they used in that law is if you build a property next to a music venue, it's the sole responsibility of the developer to make the mitigating measures, right, to avoid complaints in the future to the music venue, because there should come to no problems to the existing user. The cricket club have also responded in the consultation, and Welsh Cricket. Their situation have changed since 2012 as well. They've been upgraded to an elite sports facility since 2012. They're a Category 4 ground of the EBC. Now, I've been in this chamber discussing how we support our sport, and this elite sport hosts international players. With an S106 funding now, and I appreciate the officer is confident that in the future we can have a legal agreement, but there is no need for a legal agreement. You can apply the principles of agents of change, and then the responsibility is on the developer. And you can set down today to the cricket club that there is no more risk of offence going onto your land, which may alter your status as an elite sporting club. So I would implore all members to refuse this application. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure some of those comments will be picked up by the members' questions as well, so thank you. We'll open the floor now to questions from members, please. Councillor Pym.
Thank you, Chair. Do you want me to stand, or am I okay seated? Yeah, just a few points from me. I'm familiar with this area of Llywelyn, Lamwern. It's a very congested area at the moment. I think a few things have not been mentioned. The high school opposite the college, the supermarket, and then what was touched on by Councillor Peterson is the International Sports Village, which is on the boundary. Again, referencing the concern of the floodwater, the cricket pitch that is on the boundary of this could potentially struggle with surface water entering the pitch if there's not suitable drainage installed. And as you can see at the moment with the weather patterns that we have with the climate change, is we're experiencing, and again this may take time to prove, but hotter summers with intense periods of rainfall. So there is the potential with this congested development that the surface rainwater could impact on the cricket field right next to this development. And as Councillor Peterson's already mentioned, that the cricket facilities and the type of the standard of cricket that's being played there could be dramatically impacted by this development. So that's a concern for mine. Also, another concern for mine is the people that are living in Traston Lane have had the benefits of a green space in front of them for a long time. And even though that they don't own the land, that has been a scenic view for them. This will disappear with this development. It's a very congested development, and I do think that it's unfair on the people who live within the area at the moment. It's something that they've got used to, and one of the reasons why they've moved to the area and stayed in the area is because of the prettiness of the surrounding greenery. Again, I know there's been a commitment to planting trees and landscaping the area, but they're going to lose out on what they've become accustomed to for a long time, for what appears to be a very congested development in an area that doesn't appear suitable from the information that's been provided today. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Pym. Grant, do you want to make any comments on?
No sort of question, direct question to ask, or was there any direct questions? Sort of just.
No, I was just raising points from both presentations, and I'm familiar with Newport International Sports Village and that cricket field, and I know that it goes right the way up to the border of the Rhein. So the concern would be is the image that Councillor Peterson raised is where that surface water would start impacting on the cricket field. At the moment, like I said, with the weather patterns that we have, concentrations of hot weather, and then inevitably, when it does rain, there is going to be creating localised flash flooding. So with an increase in tarmac and concrete from that development, is that water going to be pushed back onto the cricket field and cause problems for what is a key sport in Newport, and this is one of our better facilities in Newport and possibly Gwent?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose we open a conversation on that point, I suppose, because this is obviously something I was expecting to have a discussion about today. In terms of the surface water aspect, the surface water flooding, how surface water will be dealt with at the site, what we've got is a scheme that has incorporated a site layout, including SUDS features, so pinwheel drainage, SUDS basins, rain gardens, etc. Various aspects that all form part of the wider drainage strategy for the site, so how surface water will be dealt with. Ultimately, the technical approval of that surface water drainage is covered under the Floodwater Management Act, and it will be covered by the SAB application, so it will be technically assessed in full by the SUDS approval body from Newport Council. What the requirement from a planning perspective is, in terms of technical advice note 15, in terms of surface water flooding, there needs to be a drainage strategy put forward. So if SAB approval isn't already in place, a drainage strategy needs to be put forward as part of the site. Now, the applicant has done that. The applicant has submitted a surface water strategy for the site, outlined the principles, how it will comply with the SAB requirements in terms of the principles that are set out under that regulation and legislation. And there's no reason for us to believe that it couldn't work. The hydraulic will be hydraulic testing and requirements undertaken as part of that process, which will ultimately build the final detail and design of that drainage strategy that will be secured under the SAB approval. Now, if planning permission is granted today, or a resolution to grant planning permission today, subject to the legal section, to the legal agreement, then, and ultimately that's signed and planning permission is given, until that SAB approval is obtained under the separate regulation, nothing can start on site. It can't take place. So you could be in a situation, in theory, where planning permission is granted, but if they weren't, for whatever reason, able to make the sustainable drainage system work on site, then development couldn't be built out. But difficult through the planning process, we can't control that exact detail. But what we can do is look at an overall assessment of the site layout to see, has it accommodated the requirements of SAB? Has it shown there's spaces that can be used to utilise the above ground features? And we're satisfied that it does. A pre-application inquiry for the SAB approval has been submitted by the applicant to the SAB department, so that they're obviously fully aware of their obligation to meet the SAB requirements. And, you know, like I said, the drainage strategy and the overall scheme has been developed with the surface water in mind. So we are confident that the technical approval will be able to take place. You know, if this was purely a completely tarmac site with no soft landscape or anything, we might hang on a minute, how's this going to work? How could SAB work here? But what we've got in terms of the layout, we are satisfied that could work. The other points, regarding the cricket club and the potential for, you know, sort of surface water flooding of that, I guess it's linked. There is the ordinary water course, the Rhein that runs around the site, and the overarching strategy would be to feed into that Rhein. Now, that is acceptable in principle in terms of it's a sustainable way of disposing with surface water from the site. It's not getting put straight back into the sewer, into the sewer system or the Welsh water system where it could cause issues. We're sustainably dealing with that, putting it back into natural water courses. And as part of that SAB application, the runoff rates that water will be attenuated on site, and it will be discharged into that water course at an acceptable rate. Now, whether that's greenfield rates, so it's no different to the existing runoff, it could be even tighter. It could be even slower than greenfield rates to really slow it down and secure it. That's something that can be controlled through the SAB process. In terms of the neighbouring properties, if there are existing issues here in terms of the surface water flooding, it's not the responsibility of this scheme to fix that problem if there's an existing problem. But what we can't do is we can't make it worse. And again, we're satisfied that it won't be made worse once it's gone through the correct regulations to obviously deal with the overall surface water of the site. So hope that clarifies a little bit or provides a little bit of context in terms of our thoughts on your point there.
Thank you, Grant. If I can just come back, and again, it may be a minor issue in terms of planning, but I think it'll have a big impact on the people who already live in that area, is the removal of the majority of the greenery within that area. So there's a lot of biodiversity at the back of these people's properties where they live at the moment. Would there be any consideration of some kind of green buffer? So the landscape for the people who are living in Treston Lane and further up will not be looking at a block of flats directly. There's a 4-storey block of flats as part of this design. Somebody who's become accustomed to looking at their bedroom window or sitting in the garden and having trees and listening to birds all of a sudden has got a large building in front of them. So would there be any kind of shielding, green buffer, any consideration? I'm looking at the plans, I can't see the specific landscaping on the images of the report, so unless there's any additional images of what the plans would look like when the landscaping is put in, and the difference between what is there now and what will be there if this development takes place.
Yeah, so I guess first of all, looking at the sort of I think as I alluded to in the presentation and possibly in the officer's report, there will be a change in the concepts quite clearly. The site is currently undeveloped. It's sort of what we would consider to be an underused parcel of land within the urban boundary. So residents that currently have views to the site are obviously currently looking at a vegetated site with no development on. I think what is very important to consider here is this site has been allocated within the Newport Local Development Plan and the Policy H1 as a housing commitment site. So it's gone through the adoption process through the local development plan. It's been inspected, it's been looked at by inspectors, put forward by our policy team for housing, and it has been accepted. So the principle of residential development has been long established on this site. For one reason or another, it's obviously got permission and it's sort of dragged on a little bit over years, so I do understand that must be frustrating for residents that something hasn't happened with it perhaps sooner. But in terms of where we're at, we are satisfied that this scheme won't cause any adverse impact on residential amenity of neighbouring properties. In terms of the flats, there's 10 flats, 4 in effectively the first building. Maybe if I share my screen, it might be useful. Bear with me. So the first block you see here, there's 4 one-bedroom flats there, 2 up, 2 down, so 2-storey building. Takes on the appearance of a house for all intents and purposes. The block up here, which possibly the block you're referring to, this is also 2-storey. Just to confirm, there is nothing greater than 2-storey on this site. So for all intents and purposes, a 2-storey dwelling, 2-storey house, the general height that you would expect that to be, this is what this apartment block would be. So there are, remember this now, I think there's 3 flats there's 3 one-bedroom flats at ground floor, 3 one-bedroom flats at first floor. In terms of the separation, the residential properties directly to the rear of this boundary are anywhere between sort of, I think, 25 and 36 metres from the rear elevation of the 2-storey buildings, and also the single-storey bungalows that we've got here. This little jut here, they're single-storey, just for clarification. So in terms of the relationship, we're happy with separation distances, acknowledging that residents looking out of the building or their garden, they will see a built form of development, that is changing, that's acknowledged. We don't think that's unacceptable. Just because there is a change in visual context doesn't mean it's unacceptable. And we've made assessment of separation distances, etc., and we're happy. In terms of landscaping, or on that particular boundary that you're talking about, there is a fairly tall conifer hedge there. When I've been out on site, I think it's probably around sort of 3 to 4 metres. So views will be screened to some degree, but I acknowledge some built development will be available from residents. In terms of the wider tree removal, the removal of the trees of the wider site across boundaries, as per the arboricultural report, 60% of those trees surveyed altogether were in poor health, or they were diseased. There was some with ash dieback, for example. So of the, I think it's 41 to be removed, 16 are located within the site, within the applicant's control. 25 are on the sort of the boundaries adjacent to the Rhein, which are under the council's control. So in theory, there could be a situation where the council, as the landowner, does not agree to the removal of those trees, and those trees stay there, and that visual buffer remains, and there isn't as much change. But what we've done to understand that the worst case scenario, sort of the overall impact, we've assessed this based on the fact of all of those trees going, due to the arboricultural reasons as set out, and that's how we formed our assessment. So 41 trees in tree groups in total could be removed. Irrespective of how many are removed, there are 61 new trees proposed as part of the development, so it's a significant uplift from the worst case scenario, and even more significant uplift from a scenario where maybe not all of those trees are removed from the boundaries. So, you know, alongside the landscape officer, who's obviously considered this from their perspective, alongside the ecology officer who's looked at it from a sort of a biodiversity enhancement, biodiversity sort of ecology perspective, they're satisfied. As I referred to, the tree officer, you know, has noted that if all those trees are removed, then there will be a visual, you know, a change. You know, there will be less tree planting along the boundaries. But overall, we're satisfied on balance when, you know, taking into account the merits of the scheme and the wider benefits of the scheme as well. We're satisfied that that's okay. And those trees would have, you know, those trees are recommended to go, even if plan permission was refused today. You know, it is the recommendation of the tree survey that due to the ill health and disease and unsafe element of those trees, they should be removed in any case.
Thanks, Councillor Pym. Just before I bring in Councillor Rheoli, can I just clarify something with you, Grant? I don't know whether this could be a slightly unfair question, but one of the big points you made was that adding this development shouldn't make any existing situations worse in terms of flooding, so in terms of displacement of water. So if we're looking at whatever flooding event, whether it's a 1 in 200 years or 1 in 1,000 years event, the surrounding area is going to flood with or without the development. So by adding this development in, are you able to give us sort of order of magnitude of what the displacement water
Yeah.
would, are we talking centimetres, millimetres, fractions of millimetres?
So in terms of the tidal flood event, so in terms of the sea, you know, this is defended from flooding of the sea, so the tidal flood event. Ultimately, this site has been raised by sort of 1 to 1.4 metres, depending on where you measure it from the site, to keep houses effectively dry in the 1 in 200 year and 1 in 1,000 year flood event. So the 1 in 1,000 year being the more extreme event. So if that event takes place, the overall area, the flood cell, will be significantly flooded. So by raising the land here, in terms of a much wider flood event, it's a fraction. I couldn't give you a figure. It's a negligible impact, I think, is what NRW have said in their response. So that's in terms of the tidal event. Obviously, I think some of the neighbour concerns are more of a surface water event rather than the wider tidal event. But for the reasons I've already sort of gone through, you know, we're satisfied that the SAB regulations and the Floodwater Management Act would be able to control that to an acceptable level.
Okay, thanks, Grant. Councillor Rheoli, you're next to speak.
Before I ask my questions, the 1 in 1,000 year event, I represent a semi-rural ward, and we know that we have a 1 in 50 year flooding event every year, if not twice a year. So these stats and these figures actually don't bear out the reality. If you go to the Highways Department, they will tell you how often these things really happen. Thank you for the presentation, Grant. Planning is a matter of opinion, and you mentioned the LDP in relationship to TAN 15, and the reasons why the LDP, when you log it with TAN 15, should approve this site, should override that site. It's my opinion, and I disagree with you. I do not believe it should. TAN 15 was placed there explicitly mandates that any new development must not increase flood risk off-site. The flood consequences assessment before us today evaluates the broader site, but fails to demonstrate beyond doubt that surface water displacement will not worsen the existing flooding already experienced by residents in Trashton Close. We are aware that the Rheoli drainage and marine network regularly suffers from surcharging and heavy rainfall. Discharging additional surface water into a local network that already backs up into Trashton Close directly conflicts with the risk prevention principles of policy GP1. If you want to answer that question first, or give me your opinion on that, then I can come back with another question, if that's okay, Chair.
Thanks. I'm not sure what the question was, but we have got Steve Jones, who's our SAB sort of officer. He may be able to sort of clarify some of the technical elements of SAB and how that would control sort of the surface water risk, I suppose.
Sorry to cut across, if it's okay, Chair, let me make it abundantly clear what the question is then. TAN 15 mandates that any new development, and this is, must not increase the flood risk off-site. So off-site are the houses in Trashton Close. You must not increase the flood risk. That's what TAN 15, and I'm hanging on to that, is telling me.
So if I can just sort of give a brief overview of the approval process. So we look at everything from the discharge point to the hydraulic calculations and all this sort of stuff. So for a site such as this, we will review it to ensure that there's no additional flooding on-site or off-site up to and including a 1 in 100 year event, plus a 40% climate change, plus a 10% for urban creep. So there should be no effect to any of the residential properties around there up to and including that event. The discharge rate for this site, we have requested greenfield discharge rates. So currently I think the site is classed as brownfield, so there should be a betterment in the discharge rates also included for the development. So this will be reduced down to 3.4 litres a second. So does that answer your question, Councillor Rheoli?
No. My question, and I go back to it, is TAN 15, and I know that Grant has got some information passed to him, explicitly mandates that any new development must not increase the flood risk off-site.
That's what the SAB is for as well. We're ensuring that there's no increase in flood risk for the development or the neighbouring property. So we will take into account anything up to the 1 in 100 year event, plus 40% climate change, plus 10% urban creep, which is if a resident decided to put some patio in the garden. So all of that is accounted for. We then look at if there's any blockages within the systems or failures, that any flooding is maintained within the site and directed away from areas of high vulnerability. So it should not affect any residential properties or properties within the development itself.
Thank you. Have you done your assessment already?
We haven't yet.
No, stop there. Stop. Oh. I haven't finished the questioning. So you haven't done the assessment. It's a yes or no answer. That's all I'm interested in at this stage.
No.
Thank you.
But just to clarify, Councillor, as Grant has alluded to, they need both permissions. They need planning permission, which is separate. We need to consider that on its planning merits, but they also need SAB approval. So it's not unexpected that they would have one and not the other at this stage.
again, and I hear what you say, and that's a conversation that we could have again. And I take your opinion, and I do take it on board, because you are the leading officer. Okay, let me go on to a different question.
Sorry, Councillor, before you do, can I just come back to the point? I was waiting for the conversation to finish. Yeah, in terms of TAN 15, obviously what you're saying, absolutely right. It's correct. The flood consequence assessment has been submitted, and it has considered the flood consequence assessment has looked at the tidal flooding, which is the criteria that you set out, which, forgive me what part of the TAN it's taken from, but I know it's taken from probably part 5 or 6, I think. It's titled Flood Risk Elsewhere. So the FCA has concluded, given the small scale of development, the small total footprint of the proposed buildings and the tidal nature of the flooding event, the displaced volume of flooding and the impact of displaced water are expected to be negligible. So NRW responded to that point. We are satisfied with this conclusion and consider that it meets the requirement of no increase in flooding elsewhere in section 11.4 of TAN 15. So NRW have confirmed that they are satisfied there will be no flooding elsewhere in terms of the development in relation to the tidal flood.
Thank you, Chair. As I say, it's all about opinions, and under the LDP policy GP3, I just can't simply rely on genetic pre-commencing drainage conditions. What we're looking at here is replacing permeable greenfield land with roofs and hard standing, risk creating a direct surface water runoff funnel towards lower lying boundaries. I need to be absolutely sure that was it SAD or what was it?
SAB is the regulatory
I knew it was something like that. Yeah, the SAB application has been done prior to me being convinced that we have everything here, because we need to be absolutely certain on the boundary drainage before actually approving this. I want to see the whole picture. I won't ask any more questions at this stage, but I've got a few more questions later on, Chair. Thank you.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you, Councillor Rheoli. Can I just make one more point as well? I don't want to go back on things, but when we ask officers questions, I don't think we can restrict them to yes or no answers. We have to allow officers to give us the full information to the best of their knowledge. So can we...
Yes, Chair. I was just really trying to establish, had it been done or had it not been done?
I appreciate that, but we do need to make sure that officers give us all the information they have to hand, so that we can make informed decisions.
But yes, he hasn't done that. He might have done that in his head. He might have done that on a piece of paper in the office. It's not before us today, so it remains undone. And that's all I was trying to establish.
I appreciate that. That's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Point made. Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Linton, and then we'll come to Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Chair. I've got I'm a bit confused here with the landscape officer's acceptance and approval of the scheme, and even more concerning is the tree officer's recommendations and reports on their conclusion. Could I see the slide with the density of the existing trees?
I'm not 100% sure what slide you're on about, so I'll get the presentation up now, and if you could perhaps just direct me when I come to the right one.
Large density of trees, even though there was some, the tree officer says that were in poor condition.
I mean, this is the site.
What are you looking for that then?
Plan.
I'll go on with the tree officer application in regards to the boundary. It appears that the development has been pushed as close to the boundary as possible with little consideration for mitigation planting to improve the enhance the long-term viability of the feature. Previously stated in engineering reports, the surface water runoff and a 450 sewer, 150 foul water sewer is being installed of the trees. This, along with the installation of the highway footpath, will significantly impact on the health condition of the tree. The works will require substantial excavation and root severance. The proposed footpath is even closer to the retained trees. The footpath is now just about acceptable, but no revised draining details appear to have been provided, rerouting the sewer to minimise the damage. Now, I've been looking at, as a surveyor myself, I've got to take into account everything around the building. This includes the trees and the water table. Now, you keep going, there was a lot breaking on about 10-15 and flooding from the breach and everything else, but no consideration seems to be taken with regards to the water table. I've seen a small reen there. Now, the conclusion from the tree officer, the proposal does not accord with planning policy or British standards 5837/2012, as future growth and impacts have not been allowed for, as indicated in the first round of the consultation. Trees should inform the designer layout and not vice versa. It seems as though the developer is taking on and telling us what's going on. So can I also go to the impact this will have on... I'm trying to find out the slide now. Bear with me. Okay. Removing trees near houses can significantly increase the surface runoff, as my councillor alluded to. It raises the local water table and leads to unexpected property flooding. Trees act as a natural water pump, and rain absorbs, so cutting them down removes the critical soil stabilisation and moisture uptake. So he's saying they've already got noted that gardens are flooding. So I believe by pushing this development so close to the boundary, and the boundary line is blurred, is in ownership, that's what it said in there. So they're so close, by deliberately taking them down and replanting new trees, how long have these trees been there and well established? By introducing new trees, are they going to be full tall as mature? All the tree roots have got to grow. It's going to take years and years before that development, then before those tree roots take established to soak up all the rainwater and the flooding. I think that if it should be flooded, we're taking a huge risk here, I believe, at the minute, by letting us go ahead with that without the proper due diligence on flooding and taking into consideration the water table.
If I could, obviously a few points raised there. Well, I'll try and do the one. Sorry, trying to share this now. Firstly, I just make the point that the tree officer comments that we've had to report are based on a previous iteration of the site layout. We've reconsulted and haven't had a final response with regards to that, but we're satisfied that some of those comments have been sort of addressed. So, for example, you referred to the footway and highway, I think it was like intersecting one of the protectories. So see that this is the original site layout plan that was submitted for the scheme. So the tree that's been referred to is this tree right here. And as you can see, the road and pathway cuts effectively through sort of the protection area. So that was the objection from the tree officer in relation to that point. In response to that, the road layout has been amended. See, this is the tree we're referring to. And we've got the road layout that kinks and changes, so it doesn't intersect any longer.
Right.
So specifically in relation to that point, that doesn't impact that tree any longer, and we're satisfied that isn't an issue. you're going to have to forgive me for the remainder of your comments, to recall what you've said. But in effect, I think what we've got in terms of the tree removal, there are obviously health implications of these trees. You know, there's been an agricultural survey that's been submitted showing a lot of these trees are in ill health, diseased, or they're unsafe, and they do require removal. That needs to be taken in any place. We've got 61 trees that are planted. Comments from the landscape officer on the trees, they've asked for them to be bigger trees to make a bigger impact, which the applicant has undertaken. They've replaced the bigger trees on site. So they will have more of an impact quicker because they're planted bigger. But yeah, I can only sort of refer. I think I can only sort of refer back to the SAB requirement. The requirement for planning applications that require SAB. If SAB approval isn't in place, then a drainage statement, the drainage strategy for the site needs to be put forward. That has been put forward, so the applicants complied with that. It sort of recognises the overarching strategies and principles of the drainage for the site and how landscape features and drainage basins and rain gardens and attenuation basins can all contribute to that to deal with surface water drainage. And obviously the technical, you know, that real sort of technical hydraulic modelling and that sort of element of it will come through under the SAB. I've just been advised the SAB application has been submitted. It was submitted last month and is due to be responded to by the 11th of September. So that is currently in hand and is being looked at.
Is the density of the trees in the original on that line against the green?
Yeah. So I'm not
Have
sure.
you got the original density of the trees, or is that?
I don't know what. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what slide you're referring to. I've go through the slides I've shown today.
That one, is it one back with all the trees? I don't know what the density is existing at the minute.
This is the approved layout that relates to the previous application.
Right.
This is the.
I'm still concerned about
this is the
removing
proposed
the trees,
layout.
even though you say that they're in poor health. They're still there taking up the water and preventing flooding. So then by taking them down, you can increase, because the time they grow, the water table is going to rise.
I guess that is the requirement of the SAB process is obviously to make an assessment, a technical assessment of what the drainage situation is, how it will be dealt with, and what measures will be put in place.
The removal of the trees, and that's going to add to it when there is the water table. I
don't want to answer on behalf of SAB, but sorry, Steve, I don't know whether that's something you would consider as part of the SAB application in terms of, would you, obviously, site context, looking at, you know, trees existing to be removed, how that impacts on the drainage strategy for the site. Is that something that would be covered under your remit?
So we'll review the site based on, so they'll provide us with the micro drainage calculations and storm calculations. So they will effectively douse this area in multiple storm events on calculations utilising sort of our standard inputs, and then we will review to see where the flooding areas occur. It doesn't go so far as to take into account the existing trees and all, but more sort of general as the landscape as a whole. Obviously, they will input areas. They'll split out the areas to show impermeable versus permeable, and then we'll make the assessment against that. It doesn't go so far as to drill down into individual trees and sort of how they're taken out and how that might affect it.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Linton. Next one is Councillor Howells and then Councillor Jones online.
I haven't indicated I wanted to speak yet, Chair. I probably will towards the end of the debate, but given my declaration of interest here, I wanted to hear the full debate before I sort of pitched in, so I'd rather sort of speak towards the end if that's okay.
That's fair enough. I could have sworn I saw your hand go up, but I must be imagining things. In that case, we'll go online then. Councillor Jones, please.
Good morning, Chair. My question is against the application with the trees, really. The survey conducted for this application says that...
Sorry, Councillor Jones. We can't hear you in the chamber.
Oh, you can't?
You're very quiet, I'm afraid.
Can you hear me better now?
That was marginally better.
Is that any better? Any better at all?
I think if we all hold our breath, we could probably just about make you out.
My mic symbol is flashing dark and light colour, so it might have a fault with the microphone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Better now, yeah.
I'll try and shout. It's fading in and out, the mic is, for some reason. But, okay, so the application with the survey on the trees, they say that 60% of the trees are sick or dying or dead. Is there a particular reason for that? And was the last survey by the council carried out? Can they be confirm the date that we surveyed these trees before this application?
I'm afraid I wouldn't have access to previous council records of trees that are surveyed, on the council land. I referred to, I think it was it 25 trees on council land that are proposed for removal as part of the recommendations of the survey. As I mentioned in the presentation, they're council trees, so if the council were to review them and undertake a survey now, and they disagreed or thought, no, they're absolutely fine, they don't need to be removed, then the council don't have to remove them. But obviously, I would imagine if they are if they confirm that they're in ill health and they're not suitable for retention for one reason or another from an arboricultural perspective, then I would imagine as a responsible landowner they would want them removed, because obviously there could be an issue with them if they fall or cause a wider issue. So I can't directly answer your question, sorry, but hopefully that sort of clarifies the position.
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, we got 41 trees to be removed for this application due to whatever reason. And as you said, if they're in poor health, the council will remove the health and safety issue trees. That's fine. The replacement trees, obviously they're going to be young trees. Do we know what type they're going to be installed, planted? And have we got conditions because of the extreme heat we've had lately? And then obviously in the area that we're discussing, it seems to be a wet plain as well with the ditches and a lot of water. So we got a threat to any new trees being planted, either dying because they're dry or they're going to be flooded and have all their roots rotting. So what conditions we got on the health aspect of these new trees being planted, please?
Yeah, no problem. So condition 5 on the officer's report is the scheme of soft landscaping. It's fairly long conditions. I'm not going to read it out verbatim, but effectively what it says is the scheme of landscape and tree planting, and the management schedule that's approved, because we've had all of the details up front and we're satisfied. That needs to be carried out by a date that's no later than the end of the full planting season, immediately following the first beneficial occupation of the development or the completion of the development, whichever is sooner. So thereafter then, for a 5-year period, which is the sort of standard period to allow trees and landscaping to establish, anything that sort of dies or is removed or any issues like that, they have to be replaced until they are satisfactorily established. So there's a trigger on that binds the applicant to their requirement to establish the landscaping. And there's also a couple of extra criteria on there that we introduced basically to ask for reports when the tree planting has been undertaken. They have to submit us a report to say that it's been undertaken, give us photographs, etc., prove that it has been undertaken. And then, similarly then, from year 2 to 5 of that establishment period, that further photo evidence for our report is submitted to demonstrate that it's still there and it's still being maintained. What might be useful, I guess for a little bit of context, as I referred to, this site is on completion to be handed over to a registered social landlord, and they've got a commitment on the site. They will be taking the site over to manage it, and taking ownership over and taking management over of the site moving forward. So there's also, you know, it's not just sort of going to be a bunch of individual residents and no one sort of looking after the communal areas. This is completely managed by the rented social landlord.
Thank you for that answer. It's just for clarity, really, because I understand what's in the application. It's just for everybody to understand, because we seem to be concerned with the water and the trees being removed and the buffer. But as long as we're giving the best opportunity to the new young plants or trees to have the best chance to grow as quick as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question and a few concerns. The first question is, you said there's 2 pump houses. Are they capable of dealing with this flood? If it floods, have they got a capacity to deal with it? And the other concerns I got is, we're talking about surface water, not tidal flooding. You said if it floods, it'll run up into the Rhein. Well, I work in a building trade, the same as Malcolm. I know when a site floods, it brings up sewerage, it'll bring up the drains. That water is then contaminated. That can't run off into a drain, into the Rhein behind, because it'll be contaminating the Rheins. So, first question is, are the pumps capable of dealing with it? Thank you.
So, there's one pumping station to the northwest of the site access, and that's for foul drainage. Because of the site levels, and then the site levels at Preston Lane, in order for the foul drainage to connect to the public sewer, it needs to be pumped through, because you can't rely on a gravity lane because of the levels. So that's the reason why there's a pump there. It's not a pump for surface water. And then in terms of the surface water strategy, the surface water strategy, the controls that surface water is sort of attenuated and held on site, and then it is allowed to, I don't know the technical term, discharge, I think, into the Rhein at a controlled rate. So Steve from SAB has alluded to what those rates could or would be. But yeah, the surface water on the site is held on site, discharged at a controlled rate that is obviously acceptable for the Rhein. Does that? I know it probably doesn't completely answer your question.
My concern is that once that place that floods, it'll bring sewage to the top, it'll bring drainage to the top. That water is then contaminated. So there's got to be something in place to stop that contamination going into the Rhein.
In terms of the flood event, if this site floods, which it would only flood at the access, that the complete wider area, like the flood cell, is like sort of the majority of this area of Newport would flood. So, you know, they will obviously, I would imagine there would be issues, wider issues across Newport, not site specific to this.
Have you got any other points, Councillor Harvey? Or no? Okay, thanks. Councillor Rheoli and then Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Chair. My main concern is I want everybody to win. I want this application to be fair to those who already exist and those who are going to come in and exist in the community there. I put a lot of weight on the Newport LDP policy, GP2, the general amenity. Policy GP2 requires us to ensure that development does not result in an unacceptable loss of amenity to existing occupiers. The existing occupiers in Trashton Close, Trashton Lane, and all those areas round there, their existing back gardens already have an extremely high water table. Extremely high water table. Increasing the frequency of the fear of surface water flooding within the Trashton community represents a clear material detriment to those residents' living conditions. So we're adding to the fear of those people living and taken away their amenities. I want a balanced approach. The policy of GP2 of the Newport LDP policy is put there so we can have this fair and balanced approach. How do we overcome this? Is it right or is it wrong? I don't know. You advise me.
Well, my advice would be we determine applications based on the best available evidence and information that's before us, and that's what we have done as officers in consultation with other technical consultees, and we're satisfied that this would not result in an adverse impact on general amenity and would accord with GP2. As a committee, obviously that you're able to make your own judgment on that, but given the assessment that we've taken and set out in the officer's report and sort of briefly gone through today as part of the presentation, we are satisfied that the proposal is compliant with both national and local development plan policies.
Again, as I said at the very beginning, it's all about opinion. Just a question, Grant, and thank you for answering it quite directly and honestly, as you always do. Were any surveys done in the back gardens of this place to establish the height of the water table? And did that come in and develop the
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor, sorry. We can't have people from the public gallery just talking to the committee. Thank you, Councillor. Please carry on.
I think you've got my question, haven't you, Grant? You don't want me to repeat it here?
No, I think we're okay.
Thank you, sir.
We have ground investigation of the water table on site. That's my understanding. And this is not my expertise area, but from what I understand is that obviously the scheme has been developed, take into account sort of site levels, water levels, etc. And as I sort of previously referred to, if there is an existing situation within the wider area, it is not the responsibility of the applicant to fix that problem. We shouldn't make this worse. We can't make this worse as part of the application. And through the drainage strategy put forward, that will obviously be supported by technical appraisals and informations. The view that we are is this proposed planning application, using the layout that is proposed and the features that have been incorporated, can provide an acceptable surface water strategy. But that technical detail, that technical breakdown, the hydronic modelling, how much water needs to be stored, where it needs to be stored, how it will filtrate into the water net, the REAM, that is for the SAB process, and we do have a SAB application in. There is nothing stopping someone applying for planning permission without the SAB approval. I guess the risk is to the applicant, say this application does get approved today, and their SAB application is in, and they undertake, the SAB body go back to them with feedback saying, actually, we need a bigger, say, storage area. Okay, they've got a planning permission with a layout, so they may need to come in to make a revision to the approved planning permission to provide, say, a bigger storage area. That would then be assessed on its own merit as a separate application. So there are mechanisms whereby if there are changes required, similarly to building regulations, we might grant planning permission for an extension on a house with a certain roof pitch. It goes to building regulations, they go, oh, no, the roof pitch is wrong, you need to change it. This is what happens, I guess, when there are two separate regulatory bodies. There are mechanisms in place that could allow for someone to apply for changes to a planning permission after it's granted. So whilst we would, we would rather submit it all in once, sort of do it in one package and agree that that's it, there would be mechanisms in the event that a SAB application was put in and the SAB department said, then you need to change X, Y and Z. That would have an implication on the planning application, the plan approval, but we could, through either a brand new application or a variation of the existing application, in some small cases a non-material amendment, there are mechanisms available that would allow you to make amendments to a planning permission that's in place, should it be required.
Thank you for that, Grant. There's a lot of technical information in that answer. I just want to bring it back down to quite a simple one for me anyway. I guess we do not have a localised boundary specific hydrological survey at this moment in time because SAB hasn't done one, proving that zero increase surface water runoff doesn't increase the adjoining properties' situations. So we don't have this hydrological, if that's how you hydrological, yes, survey. We don't have it, you know, and so it's all, you know. For me, I'm missing half of the picture here. I'm missing a little bit of the jigsaw puzzle at the moment. Thank you.
I can see that Steve does have his hand up in SAB, so perhaps I could call him in just at this point.
Yeah, just to make a point, we do have a ground investigation study for the development. It does take into account all the groundwater tables. That is one thing we will review against, and just double check that all the features that are proposed are suitable for the development. Obviously, that takes into account then the design that's put forward. And as I said, we review that against the 1 in 100 year event plus climate change and urban creep. So that shouldn't have a bearing ultimately on surface water sort of affecting neighbouring properties. That's all I wanted to say on it really. So it is part of the review process.
Thank you,
Steve.
Chair.
I appreciate that.
Sorry, Chair.
Very quickly then, please, Councillor.
Sorry?
You want to make another comment?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Steve. But we don't have that information before us. I'm not particularly speaking about the 1 in 100 years, the 1 in 1,000 years. I'm just really speaking about what we all experience, and it's the 1 or twice every year experience. And it's that experience that brings us to recognise that whatever we do here today, whatever we build tomorrow, has to be in balance with the existing community and also with those who are going to live in the community as new residents. We have policies in place to protect us, but we have a little bit of the...
Sorry, Councillor, can you make your comments specific to this application, please, rather than making a speech about policies in general, because...
Oh, no, it is specific to this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and yes, thank you. The policies that I've spoken about today are there to protect us. I know it's an opinion, and as always, further debates down the line with the officers and may prove different. But at the moment, I'm missing the jigsaw.
Thank you. Next on to speak is Councillor Perkins.
So, these residents in Traston Road and Close have already suffered seasonal flooding. So, who's responsible for the rain? How often is it cleaned out? And would making that more regular help with the reduction of the flooding? You said that the council are responsible for some of the trees. So how would access to those trees be maintained? And I see in there that you've got removal of permitted development rights, which will, I assume, mean that they have to apply to us should they want to extend or change their driveway or their patio. So that would always mean that permeable materials for driveways, etc. Do we have anything that we can put in for the residents already in Traston Road and Close, that their anything that they do has to be of a permeable material to help with the reduction of runoff? Thank you.
Right, a few points there. I'll answer them as I recall, but please ask me for more info if I miss something. Yeah, in terms of the council trees and the access to any council trees, so they're on the, effectively, like, the side of the Rhein away from the development site. So all the land to the south and to the west is Newport City Council owned land, so it's sort of the Velodrome Cricket Club. So whilst that may be sort of leased out to other parties, it is effectively our land, so there could be agreement for accessibility, for future maintenance, or that sort of purpose. So hopefully that clarifies on that. In terms of the Rhein, it is an ordinary watercourse, so it's not sort of like a river would be sort of managed by Natural Resources Wales. That is a query that's coming, I've just been told, and it is under review, exactly who owns that Rhein, whose control that Rhein is under. So I don't want to give the wrong answer on that by saying a party. But it's outside of the control of the applicant. They've not included it within their red line. Sorry, could you possibly remind me of any other questions you had? Oh, remove the PD rights, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Let me just check. Yeah, you've rightly highlighted we've put a planning condition on to remove permitted development rights for, I think it's class A to E. Which I will, that includes extensions, roof enlargements, other things that might have an impact on the wider area. In terms of surfaces, hard surfaces, I would want to double check whether that is included in that, because off the top of my head, I can't remember the exact part of the regulations that hard surfacing would come under. It's F, is it? Okay, that comes under F. So I guess what we could do, if committee were minded to approve the application, we could agree an amendment to that condition to include F, so we go A to F inclusive rather than A to E. Would that, I don't know at what point we would formally arrange that, but I'll make a note. Would that be okay? No. In terms of if I understand the question correctly, in terms of existing properties, were you referring to whether there's a way we could control what they can or can't do under permitted development? Okay, there's nothing we could do, unfortunately, regarding that, because it is the existing situation. We couldn't retrospectively go and remove any permitted development rights that a property does benefit to, or benefit from, sorry.
So, sorry, we don't know who owns the Rhein, and we don't know who maintains the flow of water through it, which would help with the residents who already suffer seasonal flooding. And it's not like, as you said, it's not like a river, so there's not a heightened flow through. It is definitely standing water for most of the time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not classified as like a river. Like if it was a river or that sort of water course like that, then it would be Natural Resources Wales who have the responsibility for that. It's what I understand is an ordinary water course. So in terms of the management and ownership of that, I don't want to give the wrong answer, so I don't want to sort of name a party in case it's incorrect and misleads.
Does that answer all your questions?
Well, the ownership of the Rhein and who cleans it out to maintain that flow of water would be rather important, really.
Do you want to go any further comment on that, or shall I move on?
All I can say is that inquiry, I've been advised by Drainage that inquiry has come in very recently and is under review, so I would be reticent to give the wrong answer on that. But I suppose the only comment related but not directly is the scheme has incorporated area, you know, a buffer zone to the rear to allow for the maintenance of the Rhein. In terms of the layout, it's taken that into account, but I don't want to give the wrong answer in terms of that, I'm afraid.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Watkins, you've got a question.
Two questions, really, Chair. And one is what fellow councillor mentioned about the pumping station. What happens to that water, sewerage, whatever you like to call it, once it's pumped from the site? It goes into the old system. So when we do get a flood, if we do, that will come up through the drains in the old system, not in the new system. Am I right and correct in thinking that?
Well, yeah, it would.
Okay.
It would go to the main sewer, as you would expect any sort of new development, or it would connect to the existing main system, which Welsh Water have confirmed has capacity to take for the size of the development.
So it'll have a detrimental effect on the other residents and areas around that particular site, obviously, because it increases.
In the event of a flood.
Yeah. Okay. The other thing was in regards to the event of flooding. With this development, you're talking about raising the AOD some about half a metre. What concerns me, the displacement of water now will go onto the other development which is there, the old development, should we say. Not only that, there are planning permission being granted, in the LDP, which has commercial development reasonably close by, which doesn't come under the same TAN 15 restrictions, so that would exacerbate the displacement of water again in the residential development adjacent to this site as well. So, to be quite honest, I cannot see me voting for this development on the grounds of the displacement of water. We have to, as a planning committee, draw a line somewhere where no development in a flood consequences area is going to displace water somewhere else. Because if we do, the greenfields adjacent to this development can put in an application again to develop for housing, providing they raise the level above the water level required, the AOD, then that displacement, we've already granted a displacement, so it's prospective, it's done. So we've actually done it once, so we are required to do it again. So I can't see me voting for this application because of that. We have to stop somewhere where we've allowed development in the past to develop on flood levels. I actually live on a flood level, but no development is allowed in that level because of displacement of water. And we're doing exactly the same here by allowing this development. Although it's displacing water somewhere else, it could affect the severity of flooding on the adjacent housing in that area. So I'm sorry, I can't allow, well, not allow, I cannot vote for this development.
Can I just clarify, please, something, Councillor? The technical advice note on flooding says we have to consider displacement. The agents have considered displacement, NRW have commented on it, and they say the impact is negligible. So it has been considered. Yeah, so it has been considered, and it has been considered that that impact is negligible. So saying we need to consider it, that's fine, but our professional advisors to the council are saying it's acceptable. Any future applications would also need, if they were in the same similar sort of area, a flood consequences assessment, and we'd have to consider that in line with the same requirements or policy that's applicable at that point.
I agree that, Andrew, but what concerns me This becomes negligible displacement. The next one becomes negligible displacement. So when does the straw break the camel's back? It becomes too great.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Jordan.
Cheers, Chair. I thought you forgot about me then, someone. And poor Grant, he's on the right of the earful today, and he love him. It goes back, well, again, like Councillor Harvey said about the pump station. Is it conditioned with a septic tank, which from the houses goes into that tank, then it gets pumped from there into the main sewage? Or does it just run straight through and then the pumps is straight out? Also, as well, I even know they said it with that, with the sewerage and everything else, with the pipes, would there be that, and what Councillor Peterson said, on his thing is that the residents are concerned about even the projection development would force their gardens to be dug up for the sewerage lines in Traston through their private gardens. Would that be any case? And if so, we got a mitigation against that at all or not?
So in terms of the pumping station, firstly, this has to be an adoptable Welsh water pumping station, so it has to be agreed through the Section 104 process with Welsh Water, because they're the statutory regulatory body who will deal with that and ultimately it's pump into their asset, the sewage system. So they will have to be assured that the final detail of how it works, predominantly underground with some sort of small cabinets is what we've been advised above, albeit we've controlled final details above ground, so we want to know exactly what that will look like through a planning condition. So it will have to be designed to the technical standards of Welsh Water. Now, I can't tell you exactly what that would be in terms of the infrastructure underground because I don't know, and it's not something that we would consider. But effectively, what it is doing is pulling the foul drainage from the application site and helping it access the public sewer network. Because of the levels, you can't rely on a gravity drain, is my understanding. So it has to be pumped to make sure that it actually gets into the sewage network. Once it's in there, Welsh Water have advised that there is sufficient capacity for foul drainage within the sewer network, and it will obviously then go into the wider, the wider system. In terms of the query regarding the potential for private gardens to be dug up, all the work proposed is within the application site, within the red line boundary of this site. So nothing as part of this planning application advises that they need to do X, Y, or Z to private gardens. That's not the case.
Also, is it, with the pumping station, with the noise coming off the pumping station, is there like a noise assessment for that? Would there be a condition with that as well, or no?
Yeah,
so it is close, like 10 metres from the existing properties.
Yeah, so we touched upon this within the report, but with the pumping station, these are sort of pieces of infrastructure that are typically associated in residential areas, so there's no issue in principle with them being in residential areas. It's predominantly underground minus the cabinets and access sort of manhole type covers. So, that in itself is fairly self-limiting. We've consulted with Environmental Health, who have looked at the application. They've not raised any concerns, other than a couple of conditions in relation to the construction process, making sure obviously neighbours aren't impacted adversely with regards to that. So we've got no concerns that the pumping station would cause any wider issue in terms of amenity. It's also enclosed within the 1.8 metre high brick wall, so that could help with a little bit of sand insulation, and there is some vegetation proposed in and around, particularly on that buffer with Traston Lane to the rear. So in the round, we're satisfied that there wouldn't be any adverse impact on residential amenity.
We'll come off flooding altogether. This is a part of the development there as well, with the properties of flats 1 to 4 and 3 to 4. It says the large enclosed area is 120 square metres in size, but as you're saying, it falls short, marginally short from the expectations. What do you mean by marginally short, and how much?
Testing my memory now, give me a second. Basically, in the new dwelling supplementary planning guidance, for flats, there's a table, it might be in the report, and it says for each number of residents, there should be X square metres of communal amenity space. And the more sort of number of potential occupiers, the more amenity space should be provided. It's sort of in a ratio. So we have measured the block at the northern end that contains 6 flats, I think it is. The communal amenity space is 120 square metres. Have I said the figure in my report, what it should be? I've got a feeling it's about maybe possibly, well, I don't want to see the figure without being wrong. Bear with me. It's short of the desired standard. It is a desired standard. It's ideally what we would want. But what we've done in this instance, and what we've done elsewhere on other cases, residents of flats, on balance, they're probably more likely to use their private amenity space, so provision through a balcony or a ground floor enclosed space, because it's private to them rather than being a communal area. And that's something that on flatted developments we are generally look more for than communal, because it's a bit more personal to a develop, to a resident rather than using a communal area. So in this instance, they've provided both. They're compliant on the northern block for the private space. They're a bit short on the, they're short on the communal space. But we've balanced it, we've weighed it up, and we consider that what is being provided is fine. To the rear, there's space. You can see it set out. It's got sort of clotheslines and things that residents can use. There's a reasonable shape and form and sort of size. So we're happy that there's sufficient amenity for residents. In terms of the block of 4, the first block that looks more like a sort of 2-storey house on the face of it, there's 2 gardens to the rear, so 2 flats would share 1 garden. So it's a large garden, and that is just a communal space rather than the private space. But again, for the number of units, for 4 units, we're satisfied that that communal space is fine, and that communal space does meet the desired standard. Just to confirm, it is a desired standard. It's what we would ideally want, but it isn't absolutely critical. But it is what we would rather the residents have. But like I said, with the private and communal on balance, we're satisfied that it will provide the suitable amenity. And there's also wider amenity, soft landscape space, wider space within development sites, should residents, wish to sort of use that for recreational purposes. Also got the sports centre within walking distance, wider communal amenities. So I think when you look at everything in the round, we're satisfied that this is acceptable in terms of amenity and communal amenity space.
Thanks, Councillor Jordan. Councillor Howells.
Thanks, Chair. I'm grateful for the opportunity to listen to members' debates on the flood, largely in relation to the flood stuff. So I don't wish to dwell on much of that because lots of the questions have been asked. But there is one area on flood I'd like to address first, if that's okay, briefly, which I don't think has been addressed. Grant alluded to the potential for flooding at the access to the site. Which is the new access, which is on the Traston Lane, effectively, which is currently bollarded off as a no access. I don't know to what extent that area floods, but the ditch on the other side of where the access will be contains PCBs historically from Monsanto. PCBs obviously being significantly at risk to health and carcinogenic. And I wondered whether that has been considered, because if we're raising the levels on this site and we cause a flood at the site entrance because of those raised levels, effectively that flood water will then mix in with the PCBs in that reen or ditch. That ditch doesn't go anywhere. It's a static ditch and it's full of PCBs. And I wonder whether that's been considered in relation to the flood risk, is my first point.
Yeah, so in response to that, in relation to the flooding of the access, so obviously the access will tie in at the street level because it has to. For practical purposes, the road then sort of gradually raises up to the final level. So NLW have confirmed on review of the FCA confirms that the flood levels, the existing flood levels that take place, I think in the worst case scenario, flood event, it's 1.19 metres in height. That would flood, the surrounding area would be at 1.19 metres in flood height anyway, so the reen or the ditch that you're referring to would be flooded. So I think that is an existing sort of risk that would be in place. Because obviously if the area is flooded anyway, that risk, that ream would be flooded, or the ditch would be flooded. So if there were any issues with sort of contaminants of that ditch, then that flooding event would take place in any case. Does that clarify?
Are we not compounding that, though, by increasing the land's height?
What's that? Yeah, the impact that we've got flooding elsewhere is confirmed as being negligible. That's the advice that we are being given. So as a result of this development, impact on flooding elsewhere is considered as being negligible.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to move on secondly to sort of ecology and trees, which has partly been touched on by colleagues. Could I just seek confirmation? I think I heard you right earlier. Has the tree officer's recommendation of objecting to the application been sort of formally withdrawn? I think you said you'd gone back to the tree officer and not had a response. Could you just clarify for me on that?
Yeah. Yesterday I received a response from our ecology officer, which confirms the original concerns they had due to the submission of new information or updated information, addendum to the ecological report, an updated green infrastructure statement, and the revised soft landscaping plan for the scheme, which includes larger trees, more trees, to have a better enhancement of biodiversity interest. They've withdrawn their objection. So they're supportive in terms of the sort of the stepwise approach in the PPW Chapter 6 aspect, which obviously says we have to leave a site in better ecological position enhancement than the existing. So it was the ecologist that has confirmed they're satisfied with the scheme now.
But not the tree officer?
We went back out to a reconsultation with the tree officer when we had the revised plans. We didn't receive a response to that. So, some of the concerns that they raised that we've obviously published in the report, have been addressed in our view, such as I referred earlier to the councillor about the reconfiguration of the road to avoid the root protection area. So we're satisfied with that. All individual TPO trees on the site are being retained, so they've been incorporated in the development layout, and we're satisfied with that. And obviously, I've touched upon their concern regarding the potential for the visual change along boundaries if these trees are to be removed, which was my clarification earlier on that clear?
That's fine.
That's fine. So, whilst we haven't got a no objection in black and white from them, we are satisfied as officers that those initial issues have been addressed, and obviously in terms of the wider balance of the scheme overall, we're satisfied.
Okay, and in terms of those sort of trees with TPOs, would they have effectively a distance whereby development isn't allowed to take place? That's the normal thing, isn't it? So if you've got they would measure the roots and then say you can't develop within however many sort of meters of those roots because you'll be affecting the roots and risking the tree. Is that the process? Because the sort of wording on the conditions doesn't quite sort of specify that. It just sort of says you'll implement in accordance with the kind of reports, but they don't quite say that that's a requirement, I don't think.
Okay, so in terms of the tree survey, obviously we've had the tree survey work, and that's informed sort of like the layout of the site. Within the survey, there's various plans and documents that are included, like tree protection plans and other sort of supporting documents, and we're happy that everything is okay. There's an oak tree at T4, I think it is, on the northern boundary, and there's a boundary treatment that just clips the edge of the tree protection zone. We've acknowledged that, but it's very much the edge, and we're happy without making the garden sufficiently smaller to potentially impact then amenity of the residents. We're satisfied that wouldn't be an issue. The condition...
Is the tree officer satisfied that won't be an issue, or are you?
Well, I've made that judgment. I'd need to go back through their comments to double check on that, but we're satisfied with that. Notwithstanding that, we've got the conditions, so we've got the method statement and the arboriculturalist. So throughout the site development process, the arboriculturist will need to be there. They'll need to be agreed with us who that is, first of all, so we're satisfied that they're suitably qualified. They'll need to undertake the pre-commencement inspection and signing off of the measures to make sure that the measures are in place and they are okay. And then obviously they need to report to us, they need to monitor and report to us that the development is in compliance with the arboricultural method statement and the tree protection plan throughout the development process. That's for the duration of the construction period.
Okay, thanks. And in your first answer, sorry, Chair, is it okay just to come back on the dialogue? Sorry, mindful that wasn't through you. In your first answer, you said that the ecology officer had come back and said that they were happy with the enhancements. I think you alluded earlier, and apologies if it wasn't you, because it may have been Councillor Peterson, but there was a reference to, I think, 41 trees being, or 40 trees being removed and 41 being replaced. Planning Policy Wales recommends compensatory ratios of 3:1 for trees lost. So, given the scale of the trees lost, is that ratio secured here, or is it not met?
Yeah, so it was Councillor Peterson that referred to those figures. No, that's absolutely fine. I clocked that myself. One of the previous comments from a consultee would have been ecology or trees or landscape, I can't recall, that confirmed the figure of 40 lost, 40 removed, 41 replaced. We've obviously gone back to the agent at that point and said, look, we're not happy with that level of replacement, in line with PPW, as you were advised. Put my tongue back in. And they've upped that now to 61 trees. So that's come as a result of the loss of those 4 units as well. So if you I can get it back up if needed, but if you recall, where we lost the houses, they have a lot more tree planting. So in terms of the ratio, the view that we take, where trees have to be removed for arboricultural purposes and not as a result of the development layout, our sort of view on that as a LPA is that the 1-for-1 replacement is satisfactory. Where trees are removed because they are facilitating a house or a road or a development, part of the development, the 3:1 ratio needs to be applied. So in this instance, there's only 3 trees that are being removed purely to facilitate the development. So 41 trees gone, 41 trees replaced, 3 trees gone because of the development, 3:1 ratio, 9 trees replaced, that's 49 or 50, and we've got 61. So we are satisfied that there is a sufficient increase in net benefit there.
Fantastic, thanks. And in relation to the trees, there's a BATS and survey within the documents on the planning portal.
Yes.
That suggests that about, I think, trees T12, 13, 25, 26, 43, G44, T50 and G51 as having back roosting potential. All of those trees are scheduled for removal. And basically the mitigation just relies entirely on those trees being felled in the winter, which just seems out with previous approaches we've taken as an LPA to resolving a bat issue. There's clearly potential for bats to roost there. Residents tell councillors they see bats all the time in and around the development, and we haven't put any of the mitigation to, normally you would rehome bats. We've required sort of building of different bat roosts and bat, boxes on roof lines and all different sort of measures. And yet the only measure here appears to be, we'll just take them down in the winter, and that just seems out with our normal approach.
Yeah, so we've taken advice from NRW as a statutory consultee for, obviously, European protected species, and our in-house ecologist has also provided comment on that. They've confirmed that they are satisfied. So the mitigation that is proposed is we are advised that it's proportionate and acceptable mitigation in relation to sort of the potential for bats. There was no, as far as I understand, there was no bats found roosting, but the features have potential that they could. I guess the timing of the year with the mitigation to remove is because they wouldn't likely to be roosting at that point. The ecologist is satisfied with that, and they've agreed that they've agreed with the proposal of the mitigation that's set out in the ecological appraisal. And also we've got a condition securing ecological enhancement. We haven't limited what that might be. Find the condition now. I think that is a submission of details condition. Bear with me. A lot of conditions to look at. Sorry, I'm missing it now. There is a scheme of ecological enhancement condition somewhere. Where do I put it? Sorry. It's over 2 pages, so I was missing it. Condition 6, final details of ecological enhancement. So no development shall commence until the final scheme of ecological enhancement has been provided. That's based on the principle, that enhancement should be based on the principles of the Green Infrastructure Statement, the biodiversity enhancements and green infrastructure, preliminary ecological appraisal. So there is no limitation on what those mitigation or enhancement measures could be, and they could well include sort of bird boxes or either on trees within the site or maybe on the houses themselves. So that's something that we can secure, and obviously the agents here now, and we're aware of obviously your points on that, and that's something we could look to discuss if the application is approved when the conditional discharge comes in.
And would we be able to extend that condition to require an additional check to see whether there are actually bats there? Because the reports we hear from residents and people who use the cricket club are there are lots of bats in that area generally, or is that beyond the powers that we've got? Or would the ecologists do that?
I think the answer I would give on that, and I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong on that. Obviously, when the trees are to be felled, then it's obviously good practice to make sure that they're checked first for any ecological potential. So, given that we are approving sort of the qualified arboriculturalist before works can commence on site, then I would like to think, I would be fairly assured they would obviously look at that. And ultimately, it's a criminal offence to do anything that would harm, the habitats of a bat, or could harm the habitats of a bat, because they are European protected species. So I guess Natural Resources Wales also have the legal power there to enforce and get involved at that point if required. So I think there's probably that other regulatory element as well.
I'd rather you be assured rather than fairly assured, but there we go. I'm
trying to be careful with my words.
That's okay. And I wanted to sort of touch on the cricket ground point that Councillor Peterson raised, and something about agents of change, which before today I wasn't aware of. So did some kind of research as the meeting was going on, really, and so Councillor Peterson said it's law, but I think it's a policy principle rather than law. And it's part of or embedded into planning policy Wales. But it is a material planning consideration which we need to take into account, I think, as the LPA. I think dates back to sort of 2016, but I understand there was a recent letter from the Welsh Government's Chief Planner wrote to all Chief Planning Officers on the 1st of April this year, specifically talking about protection of playing fields and sports facilities, confirming that any new schemes must not constrain established sporting activities. Building near sports venues has led to nuisance complaints and clubs threatening their future viability effectively, and that under agents of change, it's the developer, not the club, who is responsible for managing the effects such as noise, physical risk through appropriate design and mitigation. But I understand in particular that the letter actually said that protection of playing fields should not be sort of left to the Section 106 to resolve and should be dealt with by planning before the 106. So I just wanted to get your comments on that, and then I got a couple of other questions about the cricket club, if that's okay.
Yeah. So in terms of that, what we've got here, I guess, which is a little bit different if this is just a brand new, fresh development. We've got a site which has an extant planning permission on for 21 houses in a similar layout to what we're looking at today. Not identical, but broadly along the sort of similar parameters. So there's an established that's commenced. We've issued a lawful development certificate on that. So that is an established sort of residential use of the site. We've got it allocated within the local development plan for houses. So the principle of residential development here has been long established. It's within the local development plan. There's an extant permission. So we know from the previous application that there was a Section 106 agreement in place that secured the developer build the 9-metre tall ball stop cricket fence. What we've sort of looked at here in discussions with the developer, given that it would be on council land, is that they provide the financial sum, index linked, to allow the council to build that on the council land. So it would, they would cover the cost in doing so. It feels like a cleaner way of doing it that would assure that the council, because it's the council control the land, that they can build it to sort of their satisfaction, not rely on a third party trying to get third party access to land and things like that. So we've taken the approach, the established approach, the extant approach of it being through a legal agreement. It would be through a unilateral undertaking as opposed to a Section 106, which is just a slightly different type of legal agreement because the council couldn't enter a 106 with themselves. So yeah, that we sort of we followed that principle. So I acknowledge the agents of change advice, but ultimately this is a fence that is not within the applicant's control. So in terms of using a planning condition or part of the scheme, we wouldn't be able to do that through that mechanism, which is why we've had to go through the legal process to secure it. So that's sort of why we've continued that approach that was obviously set out previously under the original permission.
Thanks. And in terms of the extant consent, you said in your report that you don't really give that a huge amount of weight. So, but if I can just sort of touch on that, because it's probably an important point in terms of the wider sort of reply you gave. The reality is that this site is undevelopable. So whilst it's in our LDP, right, the comments made from all the councillors here today clearly shows that once planning permission is granted, because it's already been granted, but it cannot be delivered based on the original consent. And we've included it in the LDP at the time because we thought it was developable, right? And we've included it in a more recent. This has been going on for 23 years now, whereby it's had several planning applications. And what happens is the landowner realises I can't deliver this on a viable basis without significant costs way above beyond what's going to make any money, and even an RSL that's going to come on this and put probably 60 or 70% social housing grant will still find once they go through SUDS and all the other all the other issues that come with this, is actually undevelopable. So, and the reality is, in order to do that, those measures for the cricket club, they would need to be done on the site, and they shouldn't rely on the council delivering them on the council land in order to build the development. And the land is leased to the cricket club, so whilst the council is the landowner, the council has leased it to the cricket club at the exclusion of the council, okay? Because a lease is not a licence where the council can still have a right of access to the land. The council is excluded from the land unless there are certain permissions within the lease that allow them to go in and do works. And if the cricket club don't consent to those works, there then becomes a dispute. So to pass it to the council, I'm really concerned about that in terms of the kind of deliverability of it. And it's clearly going to have an impact on the cricket club, as they've said, by them losing their status for the higher tier as a cricket club, which I understand that they're the only club to have outside of the kind of Glamorgan clubs in the centre of Cardiff, which is, the main place for professional cricket. And I was invited to games of cricket back last summer where, they had international cricket players from all over the world, from India, from New Zealand, playing at Newport. And that was great to see, and I would worry about the impact that that's having on the cricket club. So that's my sort of point. I think the development would need to be the way I've sort of looked at agents of change, please correct me if I'm wrong, so I've only looked at it today, I wasn't aware of it, as I said. The onus should be on the developer to make those measures, and therefore the developer needs to put those measures in place in its own land rather than rely on an adjacent landowner to agree to or do those works on its behalf. And then I think if they put that in their own land, they lose the number of units that they can get effectively on the land, which makes the site undeliverable.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the case, if it made the site undeliverable because of obviously loss of land or space, or it was unacceptable because it was directly at the rear of a residential garden and a 9-metre high fence wouldn't be sort of acceptable there, then obviously what we're doing is undermining, we are undermining the sort of the local development plan, the allocation of the site for residential use. This is a scheme that's been brought forward by a developer on behalf of the RSL, and the RSL want to deliver 100% affordable housing on this site, which is in much need, as our housing enabling officer has supported and then supports the application for the type of residence put forward. There is a need, there's a genuine need for this. So we've got a scheme that obviously provides affordable housing on the site, and the scheme that's put forward we have considered to be acceptable. I understand your point regarding the lease and Newport Cricket Club. Obviously, we've been in correspondence with them, and they've given us their thoughts on the application. Ultimately, what we're asking for, or what we're proposing today, is a recommendation to grant planning permission with a resolution. A resolution to approve planning permission, subject to the signing of the legal agreement. Now, we almost need to get to that point where we can then try and resolve this issue with defence. If we can't, if committee are minded to approve this with a resolution today, and we move forward over the course of the next few months, and we are not able, for one reason or another, to secure the defence of the legal agreement, and we can't sign the legal agreement, then we are requesting discretion from yourselves to make a refusal of the application, and that is a power that we would control as the planning department. So, in the event we were to get to that stage where it for whatever reason it couldn't work, then we do have an ability to refuse planning permission, if you are minded to give us that discretion to do so.
I think we're probably, your point there about kind of undermining the LDP, because this is a site that's allocated in the LDP, is really important, because I'm sure that that's added significant weight to the officer's recommendation. This is a site in the LDP, and we should look to deliver it. But we have to remember that kind of times change, and our LDP is, several years out of date. Not criticism, it just is. And in terms of...
Sorry, Councillor, the LDP isn't out of date. It's still in date.
Okay, apologies. But it's very old in terms of when it was set, and this was an extant plan permission, which, probably wouldn't have been achievable in today, because they literally pretended to put a little pipe in the ground to get their lawful development certificate. And we know now that meaningful development definition has moved on significantly, so that probably wouldn't be a meaningful development definition in today's sort of building regs. There was no way that would be signed off. So I feel sorry for the Housing Association. I'm sure they want to deliver this, and they bought the land in good faith, or the developers bought the land, but so have the last 5 developers that have also landed with this sort of extant consent. They think, yes, I can deliver that, and here's some houses. And I absolutely appreciate that we need houses, particularly of the affordable definition, and we need lots and lots and lots of them. But we've still got to put development in the right area. And I'm sure if this site wasn't developed, that as part of the review of that land available in the LDP, we would be thinking about, coming forward, why this has been in there for 23 years and not developed, and actually would it sort of, and I wouldn't want to preempt any sort of process on that, but actually would it be a site that would continue in the LDP that we reset in the next couple of years? So I worry that we've kind of sort of pushed our recommendations in favour of sustaining the LDP, rather than actually looking at what's the right thing to do for this site and this community from the sort of conversations we've had. And I worry, therefore, that we're being asked to grant plan permission on a number of reasons which are conditioned on sort of further stuff like the SAB approval. And I take the point, in probably 99.9% of cases, perhaps even 100% of cases previously, planning is granted without SAB approval, and that's the standard process. You get your plan first, then you do SAB, and there are logical development reasons for that, particularly around sort of cost and design and everything else. But this is a case, to my mind, where that shouldn't happen, and actually we should make a planning decision once SAB approval has been put before this committee, for all the reasons that my colleagues have said here. And also, we shouldn't make this planning permission conditional on the potential that we might be able to secure the building of this cricket fence, which I don't think, from what I hear and what I hear from colleagues, that we'll be able to secure, because, as I said, the cricket company have got exclusive possession of the land. They can exclude the landowner. They don't have to give consent to build a fence, and therefore, if they have to then change the plans and come back and move that within the line, and would the gardens be acceptable, would a 9-metre fence be acceptable? So my own view is that this should be either refused or deferred until such time that we've got all the information that we can get before us to make a proper decision. And I don't think we've got that at the moment for that undevelopable reason that you talked about. I want to be convinced that this is developable before giving plan permission. It may be that once that SAB application is approved, and once the cricket club have got their consent, and once we're satisfied that the off-spill from the storm drainage that as a result the SUDS is there, that we can then determine that application. But I don't feel that we're in a position to be able to determine the application today, and my sort of move would be to defer the application until there's a receipt of a localised boundary specific hydrological survey providing sort of zero increased surface water, and for those other points I raised, that the SUDS applications are dealt with and before the committee and planners are satisfied, and that the other point, which I've completely lost my trail of thought on, the cricket pitch fence, is, agreed with the other parties such that it's developable in the current state, and we're not coming back to an NMA and trying to amend things, which will, go through a whole other process, not necessarily come to committee, and I think that we ought to have a full application. I would move that we defer this application until we've got all that information before us, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Just to come back in on a few points you've raised. Obviously, we've been discussing this now for a considerable period, and clearly members have a lot of concerns about different aspects of the proposal. I understand that. Officers understand that. We need to be mindful here. As I said, there is an extant planning permission. How much weight we give to that, that means that that site could come forward as approved at some point, if someone can make the numbers stack up. What I will always say in this chamber is that members have to make decisions in accordance with a local development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So that's the starting point. The local development plan does run till the end of this year, and it is still in date. They do cover a long period, but it's just being mindful that it is an allocation in the plan. Now, allied to that, concerns with regards to impact of flooding elsewhere. We've considered in terms of tidal, etc. We've consulted with NRW. Those are our professional advisors. They've advised us that the impact elsewhere is negligible. They've advised us that it's for us to determine that application, but there's no technical reason why we shouldn't be progressing with an approval. In terms of surface water flooding, as I said, you've heard from our senior engineer in terms of SAB approval. They are separate regimes. In that regard, TAN 15, flooding, talks about having a drainage statement. They've submitted a drainage statement. We've considered the principles, and we consider the proposals are acceptable. There are some other comments in terms of the impact in a flood event of any foul sewerage. We're talking about the difference between what happens in that same flood event and what happens if we permit 22 dwellings. There's a need for housing, there's a need for affordable housing. Those weigh in favour of the application. So members need to be mindful of these issues when weighing things up. Whether the site is developable ever, we never know when we grant planning permission, in all honesty. We've done a lot of work as officers on this scheme to get to a position where we are satisfied this proposal is acceptable. As I said, as Grant's alluded to, it came in for 26. We've removed four units. The layout is acceptable. In terms of general terms, the layout is acceptable, and we think it's a much better scheme than where we started with. The applicant's obviously got to be satisfied that with those reduced numbers, they can make it stack up, and they have indicated no issue in terms of agreeing to the Section 106 request that we have requested. So the agent of change principle says we have to consider things. It doesn't say it has to be on the developer's land. We have to make sure there's no detrimental impact. And in that regard, as Grant has alluded to, the resolution is one for approval subject to a Section 106 agreement. If that Section 106 agreement isn't signed and it's not secured, then we won't issue the permission. And as I said, the resolution gives you discretion to give the Head of Regeneration and Economic Development power to refuse, if needs be, under delegated powers. So if we couldn't secure that ball stop, then yeah, that is materially different to what we've advised you here today. So I just want to give you some comfort in that regard. Councillor Perkins did suggest a change to one of the conditions, which, as I said, could be proposed to include reference to Class F hard surfacing, if members were minded to approve, but that's what we've got to consider. And if members are going to go against the officer recommendation, we'll need evidence as to that. I can't recommend a deferral on the basis that they haven't got other consent, in the same way I would do exactly the same, and I have advised before, with HMO and licensing. They're separate regimes. They need all their permissions in place before they can commence. So that would be my professional advice as an officer to members. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. You partially covered some of the things I was going to mention myself, actually, before we go to the votes, because I think it's fair to say whichever way this vote goes, I don't think anybody can say that this application hasn't been thoroughly considered. I don't think I've ever sat in one that's taken 2.5 hours before, so it's been thoroughly looked at. But the recommendation, it is slightly different to ones that we've done before. We've had ones before where the recommendation is to grant with conditions. At the risk of repeating what Andrew just said, I'm just going to read this out just to make sure we're clear on what we're voting on. So the recommendation is that it is granted with conditions and subject to a Section 106 legal agreement with delegated authority to the Head of Regeneration and Economic Development to use discretion to refuse if not signed within 3 months of a resolution. So that option is there. Even if we grant the planning permission now, that option is there to refuse if that agreement isn't signed within 3 months. I can see 2 hands up. The debate is still going on, so I'll take 2 more comments, but I think we probably need to move to the vote reasonably soon.
I just wanted to check that recommendation, because Grant said it wouldn't be a Section 106 agreement because the Council couldn't sign one, so is that the right wording?
It would be a unilateral undertaking is still undertaken under Section 106 of the Act, so it's just termed something slightly differently, still under that part of the Act.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If the committee do go forward with this application, could we ensure that the water table is investigated and looked at within the offices?
With the information we have, we consider it acceptable from a planning perspective. Stephen's advised what could be considered as part of the SAB approval. I can't guarantee that that would reference the water table. He might be able to. I can't guarantee that from a planning perspective.
Okay, thanks. I suspect Councillor Perkins is about to suggest what I was about to ask you, but you go first. Go on.
I know you said about the recommendation to take it from A to F, but I'd also like to put in there about provision for back roosting to be put on the sides of the houses, as we've had in other applications.
Thank you, Councillor. So, yeah, so condition 6, final details of ecological enhancement. Basically, what we've left it, I don't like to be too prescriptive on the conditions if I can avoid it, because they may come in with more or they may change something when they come into discharge. But it's based on the principles of the approved document. So we could have a look at the wording, I suppose. We said, shall be based on the recommendations and mitigations set out in the following documents. Perhaps we could say, maybe we could add in there something like included but not limited to bat boxes. Something with that. Andrew, do you think that would work? Yeah. Would you be happy if I had that in?
Right, is that a formal proposal of an amendment then to the recommendation? Yeah. Have we got some wording for that?
So I think, as I said, the motion being put forward is to amend two conditions to specifically reference black boxes in the ecological mitigation condition and specifically include hard standings within the removal of PD rights condition. I believe that's what the motion is for. Yeah, they all fall under the definition of hard standings. So that's my understanding of the motion being put forward.
Yeah, so that's been put forward. Have we got a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Harvey, thank you. So all in favour of the amendment? Some people are looking a bit confused, so does this need a bit more clarification? We're not voting on the main recommendation at the moment. We're voting on an amendment to the recommendation. So it's to include an extra condition that you just mentioned, Andrew, and the wording with the back boxes.
Amendment to the two conditions.
So that's been forwarded and seconded. So can we have those in favour of the amendment, please? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including myself. So I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and myself 6. So that's carried. So now we've got the main vote, which is the recommendations, including obviously the amendment that's just been put through. So the recommendation, I'll read it again just for clarification, is that we grant this application with conditions and subject to a Section 106 legal agreement with delegated authority to the Head of Regeneration and Economic Development to use discretion to refuse if not signed within 3 months of resolution. So can I see all those in favour of the recommendation, please? Oh, with the amendments, yeah, sorry. Okay, because it's been amended, we need to formally propose it again. So can I have a proposer for that amended recommendation, please? Councillor Perkins, thank you. Have somebody to second that, please? We don't have a seconder. If we don't have a seconder, then this will fall completely. We've just voted on an amendment to the main resolution. So the amendment was to add in an extra condition, as Andrew just explained. We've accepted that. Now we're voting to accept the whole thing as a package. So the original resolution plus the amendment. That's right, yeah. Including the variations. We're voting on, I'm just going to say that again for the benefit of people online who may not have heard you, Malcolm. So for people online, what we're voting on now is the main recommendation as in your package, okay, recommendation to approve with the conditions I've read out, but additionally with the amendment that Councillor Perkins proposed, which we've just accepted. Okay, so that's what we're voting on now, the whole package. So I'll ask again, if somebody can somebody propose that, please? We've had Councillor Perkins proposing. Do we have a seconder? And we don't have a seconder, so that falls. So at the moment, then, this is going to be refused. Am I right in thinking that? Oh. My apologies. Right, if we are going to refuse this application, we need somebody to propose the refusal, please, and somebody to second it, and then we'll need to have planning reasons for the refusal.
Yeah, the motion will have to include the reasons for refusal, so not just a vote on refusal.
I made a proposal earlier that the application was deferred as opposed to refused. I would be happy to re-propose that the application is deferred until such time as we receive sufficient information in relation to the issues I raised earlier, which I can sort of lay out.
Yeah, okay, it's just to make members aware, As I said, my professional advice is that that is coming down to whether SAB approval is approved, however it's framed, because it's a surface water issue. Members are obviously entitled to make that vote. Just highlighting the potential risk is an appeal against non-determination would be the risk, because effectively, as I said, we should be here as a planning committee making a planning decision. Would be my professional advice. That is for members to
On that basis, then, Chair, I'll withdraw that recommendation, and I'll propose that the application is refused for the following reasons. One, flood risk and surface water drainage. The application fails to demonstrate, in accordance with policies SP3, flood risk, SP4, water resources, and GP1, general development principles, climate change of the Newport Local Development Plan 2011 to 2026, and the test and technical advice note 15 that the proposed raising of the site levels and the loss of permeable tree-covered boundary land will not increase the risk of flooding to adjoining residential properties on Traston Lane and Traston Close. The detailed surface water drainage scheme required to manage this risk has not been approved by the SUDS approval body, and no technical assessment has been submitted addressing the effect of the proposed change in site levels on drainage to neighbouring land known to be subject to existing flooding. In the absence of that evidence, the proposal is contrary to policies SP3, SP4 and GP1 of the development plan. Reason 2, loss of trees and ecological function. The application proposes the removal of the great majority of trees on the site boundary, including numerous mature crack willows identified as providing back roosting potential and situated on land described in the applicant's own ecological survey as marshy grassland. No assessment has been submitted of the contribution these trees make to flood attenuation and natural drainage for the adjoining land, and the status of the tree officer's objection on arboricultural grounds has not been confirmed as resolved. The proposal has not been demonstrated to accord with policy GP5, general development principles, natural environment of the development plan, or with the council's duties under section 6 of the Environmental Wales Act 2016 to seek to maintain and enhance biodiversity, including in respect of the Schedule 1 protected Setia's warbler recorded on site. I have no idea what one of them is, but it is in the ecology report. Reason 3, impact on Newport Cricket Club. The application site adjoins the playing field of Newport Cricket Club. No ball strike assessment has been carried out, despite this being requested by Newport Cricket Club and by Cricket Wales, the sport's national governing body, and no agreement has been reached on the design, cost or delivery of mitigation to protect the safety of future occupiers and the continued function of the club. In the absence of that evidence, the proposal has not been demonstrated to accord with policy CF1, protection of playing field, land and buildings used for leisure, sport, recreation and play of the development plan, technical advice note 16, or the agent of change principles set out in planning policy Wales, under which it is the responsibility of the applicant, not the existing sporting use, to demonstrate that adequate mitigation is delivered before permission is granted. Reason 4, absence of a completed planning obligation, which is a standard thing when you refuse, because there's no 106, because if then it does go to appeal, we can't then add the 106 in a later date. So I can write that in full, but I think that's fairly standard that the planning officers will put in. I can fall.
yeah. No, that.
I second that, Chair.
Hang on. Before members vote on this, I just want to be very clear on something. I am advising you at this stage, as officers, I don't think we are going to be able to defend some of those reasons for refusal. As I've said, we've given our professional advice. We've got professional advice of consultees in the regards of surface water flooding in particular. So I would suggest at this stage, in accordance with the Code of Conduct, that members who vote contrary to the recommendation nominate to defend the appeal. Officers will seek to help, but as I said, I am not confident that we can defend some of those reasons for refusal, so I'd rather do it at this stage with members fully cognizant of that.
Could you,
Chairman, sorry, Chair, to jump.
Could you just wait 2 seconds?
Yeah,
Councillor Howells was going to make a statement, and I'll come straight back to you. Thank you, Bill.
I was just going to ask whether the legal officer could give us a bit of a sort of description of what that means and the implications.
I think what Andrew's referring to there is if there's an appeal, so that's with PEDU, the councillors are the ones to prepare the statements which need to be provided on behalf of the council, the authority, and also then if it goes to a hearing or to an inquiry, then it's the councillors individually who will be appearing with support from the planning officers.
And would we not be entitled to instruct legal representation to represent us?
Legal representation would be there. So if you, for example, if it was an inquiry and we had a barrister representing, it would still be, as now, it's a planning officer who appears on behalf of the authority, in addition to a barrister or solicitor at those hearings or inquiries, but it would be the councillors there. So the councillors would still have to be there and appear on behalf of the authority alongside.
And the councillors wouldn't be picking up the bill for that barrister or the legal representation, they're still the local authority? Yeah?
No, it will be the local authority. There's no personal liability on financial implications.
Councillor Rheoli, do you want to come in quickly?
I just think that this is one hell of a curveball that you've thrown in, and I think you're absolutely correct, and it is advice, and it's your advice. For me, I would be happy to risk that if my colleagues are, because I will not be bamboozled or pushed about by anyone, and I'm not suggesting you are, because I know your advice. So I am happy and content to second the motion as eloquently put forward by my colleague.
Right, thank you, Councillor Rheoli.
Could I just address Andrew, if that's okay, Chair, just in terms
Go on.
Are there any things that you would change in my proposal that perhaps you might be able to support or stand by?
At the current juncture, as I said, we haven't had the tree officer's comments. We need to see whether the tree officer could support that. From an ecological perspective, as officers, and the ecologist has advised that element is acceptable. And we just need to be mindful, as I said, that the ball stop fence in principle, we are of the view that it can be and it would normally be secured by Section 106 agreement. So I don't think we would be able to support with those elements. The tree officer, as I said, if he maintains their objection, might be able to support, but specifically reason for refusal 1, we're not going to be able to do. And I have some concerns with elements of condition, the reason for refusal 2, with regards to the ecological impact, and the cricket club. But we'll support as we can, but that's my concern.
Councillor Linton.
I'm concerned that the tree officer has previously offered his professional thoughts on the matter, and it's been interpreted that because she hasn't said no, refuse, that officers have jumped on the thing to support. And the tree officer hasn't categorically said, I refuse this, just left it dangling. Whereas the landscape officer said he approves the recommendation, the tree officer hasn't. I'm still concerned about how close the development is to the boundary, which was the concerns raised, which has a detrimental effect on the water table. Even though the trees are being knocked down, they still haven't got the fact that the water table is still going to rise, because you've got less trees taking out the water and it's still going to go up. And you've got the rain which is flood, and they're saying it's existing flooding. And now, I haven't come across at this stage, time of planning, that I've been sort of given the option of barristers and everything else. I know when we go against, we have got, we could be over on a turn on an appeal that would get refused, and we could forfeit.
Yeah, and officers, as I said, last year there are a lot of member overturns, in all honesty, more than there have been in previous years, and officers will always try and support and defend the council's case, because it's the council's case. In this instance, we, as officers, are bound by a professional code of conduct, and, as I said, we've got to give our professional advice. Now, sometimes we can defend the decisions, we might not agree with them, but as a council, we will seek to defend them. As a professional officer, I can't and my colleagues can't advise to go down something that I am advising you is considered, for example, specifically reason for refusal 1, it's controlled by other means. As I said, everything in policy that they've required to do, they've done to date, and they've got a SAB application in. So I'm not going to be able to, and my officers aren't going to be able to support that. So I'd rather let you know now, as I said, before the vote is made, because otherwise, if I come back at a later date and say I can't do it, that's unfair on whoever is nominated and whoever seconded. So that's why I just want to be clear on that. And as I said, some of the elements we'll give some thought to, but I do have some concerns in that regard as well. The tree officer not commenting, as I said, that's unfortunate. We do give consultees a specific time frame, and if we don't get comments, we've got to make a decision as officers whether we think the concerns are valuable or not, or valid or not, sorry. We've made that decision. As officers, we think the proposal is acceptable. Members disagree, don't have a problem with that. And as I said, we might be able to support in that regard, but I just want to be crystal clear that I can't guarantee we will be supporting on all elements.
Yeah, I am disappointed that the officers, tree officers or any other officers, don't make their actual decision. And we all making our decision based on lack of information. If the tree officer, whoever said, I refuse, then we could perhaps put that as an argument against. But they're just dangling it.
Well, that has been put forward as one of the second reasons for refusal by Councillor Howells. So before members vote, I don't know whether you want to consider, entirely up to you, or just, as I said, those 4 reasons which I have at the moment: flood risk, surface water drainage, no detailed drainage strategy, the loss of trees and ecological function as a result of that, the impact on Newport Cricket Club, no ball strike assessment, no adequate mitigation, and then the absence of a completed planning obligation, which is completely, entirely acceptable and should be in there if we're using reason for refusal 3.
Right. As things stand at the moment, obviously you put a proposal forward, which you sound like you want to change now, so... Okay. Right, it's been proposed by Councillor Howells, seconded by Councillor Rheoli.
If I may, Chair, I'm also happy to attend the...
that's the thing.
Because I think that's what you were going to say. Yeah. I'm happy to attend on behalf of the Planning Committee, should my members and colleagues, wish for me to do that and present our case. I've got no problem with that at all, subject to some legal help, of course.
And I'd be happy to support in any way as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rheoli. Appreciate that. So all those in favour of Councillor Howells' proposal, please show. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And those against? We've got 3 against. So Councillor Howells' proposal is carried. I was just going to suggest the same thing. It's been a long session for one proposal. Should we have a 5-minute break, please? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Then we'll be back at just before 1 o'clock. Back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. We're now going to move on to the second item of today's planning meeting, which is application number 24/0467 in the Lamworn ward. It's the Lamworn Village Development Site in Cot Hill. And to present this one is Geraint Roberts. So, Geraint, over to you. Thanks.
So the application then, 24/0467, this is a reserved matters submission, which you rarely see as a committee. This one's with you because the ward councillor has requested that it's determined by yourselves for the reasons which are outlined in the report, so I won't go over those again. Development description then, reserved matters application for sports, pitches, changing facilities and allotments, associated infrastructure and landscaping pursuant to outline planning permission 160864 for residential development. And they're also seeking to discharge some conditions as well, which you'll see in the description. So this is the Cot Hill development site, which is the Red Row scheme between sort of Llanwen Village and the Southern Distributor Road. And the land in question is outlined on that plan there, blue, currently a field in agricultural use, with a wood to the sort of north and western boundary, and then agricultural fields to the east. And towards the southeast, in the fields that are shown green on that field currently, that is where the new housing development is going. Okay, so that's the location. Just to give you a little bit more context, we've got the aerial picture in. You can pick up the woodland much more clearly, and you can see the areas of development to the south of this field. So the purpose then is to deliver an area of public open space which will serve that housing development. This plan is quite useful because you can see the proposed housing has been overlain onto the plan, so you can see where the proposed house is going to be built in relation to the facilities which are on the drawing itself. So the most obvious features are 2 football pitches, which you can clearly see marked out. Then at the eastern end of the scheme, I'm trying to point to them, but the cursor lag always defeats me, I have to admit. Towards the east then, there is a sort of a patchwork area that you can see, which is sort of a rough approximate L shape. Those would be an area of allotments, and the purpose of those is to replace the former Ringland allotments, which you may remember were at the bottom of Cot Hill, next to the SDR, and they were delivered to Redrow as part of the development scheme. Okay, the other obvious elements which you can see in that picture are a pond, a drainage pond at the southern end, and there are areas of landscaping and areas of footways. The other aspect is a changing room which will serve those 2 football fields. Okay, so that's a rough layout. I know that's a bit small, it's slightly difficult to see, apologise for that, but if I made the slide any bigger, it disappeared off a slide. Okay, so moving on then, this is our design code plan. So as part of this scheme, they gave us a proposal which would outline how the scheme would be delivered long term. And you can see really the primary difference on that drawing as compared to what we've actually proposed under this submission is that the pitches have changed direction. Now the reason for that is because the ground slopes and it's easier to put them widthways than lengthways. It requires less engineering works to produce the level surface that you obviously need for football to be played upon. Okay, but that rough L shape you can still see is the allotment area. Okay, in terms of the changing room building itself then, it's very prosaic. It's a building, red brick, grey tiles. It's quite functional, but it's not out of character with the proposals to the south. It's not particularly ornate or genteel, but it's functional, practical, and perfectly attractive in context. And that is basically a 2-team changing room. I admit we've got 2 pitches, but we've only got a changing room for 2 teams. But all of that complies with the Section 106 agreement, which set out the criteria for these facilities and what they had to entail. So the short answer is, yes, it's a 2-team changing room, but it meets all the size requirements for the changing facility that we agreed with the developer when permission was granted some years ago. Okay, so functional, practical building, perfectly attractive in context as far as we're concerned, and compliant with the Section 106 agreement. Okay, moving on in terms of who will manage this area, the blue, which you can see, is land which will be transferred to the management company. So the expectation is that the fields and the changing rooms will go to the Manco that work on Cot Hill to maintain public areas. But the allotments, the L-shaped bit, which is white, the Section 106 agreement makes arrangements for that to be transferred to the council, because it will be replacing the Ringland allotments, which we sold to the developer, as I explained earlier. Okay, so management responsibilities, Manco and us. Okay, in terms of timing, these have not been formally agreed, but it does give you an indication of the expectation. So in terms of the playing fields, which is the last in the list on the left-hand column, sports pitches and changing facility, which we've mentioned, they say complete by the end of 2030. As I say, not formally agreed. There is another process going on in regard to that, but that just gives committee an indication of the timescales for delivery and when we expect them to happen. Okay, you already know about that one, so we'll say no more. Right, in terms of the key issues then, I'll very quickly go through them. Trees and planting. You'll remember from the aerial photograph that the site is surrounded by woodland. We were obviously anxious to protect that woodland edge. We're confident, given the location of the facilities, that there will be no adverse impact on the retained woodland that circumvents the site. And we're confident that, subject to conditions, that the planting within the site can also be delivered efficiently. Section 106 compliance I've mentioned. We've tested the proposals against what Section 106 requires, and we're content that everything that Section 106 needs for this proposal to do has been done. So it complies with legal agreement. Parking and access. The parking provision is as outlined in your report, and we consider it sufficient to meet the requirements of our parking supplementary planning guidance, and we judge that the access onto this site is also appropriate in terms of vehicle access for the car parking and also pedestrian access for people who will walk there, which, given its co-location with the housing, we'd expect anyway. So we're confident that the site can be appropriately accessed and the facilities can be enjoyed by the residents and indeed the wider population. Impact on amenity. Probably the best way to talk about this is to go back to this drawing, because the housing you can see is basically along the southern edge of this site. It is proximate to these facilities, but that is precisely what we would expect. The purpose of this space is to provide leisure opportunities and outdoor recreation for the residents of the scheme. And so the idea that it would be near to those houses is perfectly reasonable. So we're happy that the separation distances, primarily from the pitches, which is the greatest scope for adverse impact on amenity, is sufficient. We don't consider that anything in this layout would be unacceptable or would have an unacceptably adverse impact on the amenity of the residents. And obviously the point to make is if you move on to this scheme, you are buying into this arrangement. Okay? So we consider it acceptable, and the residents who buy into it will know about it when they do so. The minor issues that we've identified were to do with landscape impact. The pitches require some reprofiling of the slope. It isn't major, so although in engineering work we don't consider it to be so significant that it would have an adverse impact on landscape quality, so we're content with that. The design we've mentioned, you've seen it, it's basic, but it's acceptable. And also another factor that came in is the utility of the allotments. For although that has been an agricultural field, it hasn't been used for the intensive agriculture that you would expect under an allotment regime. So we intended to address that through a condition that would require the land to be brought into a suitable condition for immediate use, so that the benefit of the allotments could be secured quickly for the new tenants who would move on to those allotments in the future. I'll keep it very brief. You have the benefit of the report, which you've all seen. Obviously, we're available for any further questions. Right. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Excuse me. Thanks, Geraint. We've got a visiting public speaker now, Mr. Peter Ballantyne. So I'm sure you know by now, but you've got 5 minutes. I'll give you a little nod when you're getting close. That's over to you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Ballantyne, and I'm the Development Director at Barrett Redrow Homes. I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague Zoe Aubrey, who's currently on annual leave. As you'll be aware, Barrett Redrow has secured detailed planning permission for all of the new homes at Great Milton Park, with over 300 homes already occupied. The application before you today will enable the delivery of the principal leisure elements of the development, including sports pitches and associated changing facilities, allotments and a recreational walking route for both the new and existing residents. The specification for the sports pitches, allotments, changing facilities and associated car parking is set out as previously described in the Section 106 agreement, and the scheme before you fully complies with these requirements. We are aware of the concerns that have been raised regarding car park provision. The business also shared those concerns about the potential impact on future residents, and as a result, rather than providing the 20 parking spaces under the original Section 106, we've, at the request, increased the provision to 40 spaces to address these issues. Furthermore, as set out in the officer's report, the proposed level of parking is policy compliant and considered sufficient to mitigate any potential impacts on highway safety and residential amenity. I therefore respectfully request that you grant planning permission today in accordance with the offerer's recommendation. And that's it. Short and sweet.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
We'll open the floor to questions then, please. So, Councillor Pym first.
Hi there. I fully support this development from what I've seen so far. As many of us are aware, sport does unite, and community grassroots sports is very important to a local area in bringing especially new people who have moved into the area together. I notice you've got quite a basic two-team changing facility at the moment, which will serve a purpose, but the site itself is quite bare. 2 football pitches and a changing room. Doesn't appear to be an awful lot of creativity or imagination for other play facilities. When people turn up to play football, they may bring siblings along with them, family members, so it would be nice to think that at some point in the future, not necessarily Barrett's responsibility, but maybe if we can as a local authority, if there's a footprint to expand or improve what is being developed there. Again, whether there's any scope where the current changing facilities are going at the moment, that there would be a footprint for an extension of possibly a community building that could be used for social gatherings. Again, this is all in the future. So one point to raise would be where the changing facilities are going at the moment, they don't limit future opportunities to expand that footprint for a community building that could be used by not just teams that are based there, but visiting teams afterwards. I think we've all played sport at grassroots level. You encourage people to stay behind afterwards, and then you can have some social functions throughout the year to raise some funds to sustain the local community clubs. Because if all you've got is 2 football pitches and nothing else going on there, it's not really building the roots of sports clubs that would hopefully start up as part of this bigger development.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Pym. Councillor Perkins.
So going to the other end of the development, it says up to 30 allotments. So would there be welfare facilities on there and a water supply? I can't see it in the report.
What we've asked for in terms of the allotment preparation condition is that a water supply is delivered, because clearly the utility of the allotments depends upon that. The last 2 summers have been highly indicative of that point. So the allotment condition, the allotment delivery condition effectively says, yes, you must provide water. There is no provision for toileting. So the facility will be functional but basic, which perhaps reflects Councillor Pym's points about the football delivery.
Thanks. Councillor Rheoli.
I fully endorse Councillor Pym and the aspirations he has for the development and advancement of this site. Absolutely a fantastic opportunity to make sport work and to really embrace the local community there. Just a couple of things from me. I love this scheme. I love what's before us today. Parking and highways. Can we have a condition? So on page 27, condition 06 mandates full provision prior to the facility transfer. And can we also include cycle parking facilities as well prior to use? Changing rooms. Well, this needs to meet all standards, but if we could take into account, get some agreement that we do have enough room to add further rooms if required as well. Allotments. I think the developer should maybe submit through agreement an allotment preparation plan, soil quality, water installation I think that's been sort of included, so maybe we could have a comment on that. And also tree planting, the change rooms, protecting fence near the Scotch woods, if that could be in place prior to any building works taking place, Chair.
Yeah, in terms of delivery, because basically all of the things in this aspect of the scheme are required under the Section 106 legal agreement. So there is an agreement in place for the developer, Rheoli in this case, will deliver these facilities as part of the scheme. But Section 106 also contains the delivery scales for when that will happen. So we haven't duplicated them here because there's no requirement, they're not necessary, because the Section 106 will determine that. So it doesn't say you must do this by whenever, because that's already agreed. So we haven't said the same thing twice, if that makes sense. The allotment delivery, well, we're calling it an allotment preparation plan. And as I say, the idea of that is straightforward, that the allotments are pretty much from the get-go, when they're made available to the council as a new owner, they will be usable and the council won't have to undertake works of like stone picking or rotavating or fertilisation or anything else. All of that will be done. So we think the condition is sufficient to do that. We have looked at boundary treatments, and we have said that they shall be delivered at the time that the part of the site they're serving come into use. So, for example, the fencing and hedging around the allotments will be done when the allotments are being prepared. So we think we've covered off that. And there is, in terms of tree protection, we've added in condition 7, there's a whole swathe of conditions on this site, including conditions on the original permission, which cover off tree issues because of the wooded characteristics of areas of the site boundary. But we're confident that condition 7 will provide sufficient protection alongside the other conditions, which they still have to deal with, to protect trees on site. And in terms of landscaping, we did have a slightly adverse comment from our landscape officer who said, well, they could do a little bit more, particularly around the changing rooms. So we've added a condition which says, yes, deliver the planting as you've shown, but also you need to give some additional planting in that part of the site near the changing room areas to try and address that sort of sterility point that Councillor mentioned. So we're confident that in the round, with the conditions, that this will deliver what it needs to deliver as part of the Section 106 package and just in terms of general good planning. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Councillor Jordan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just on the parking, there's no provision for electric charging points. Would they be involved in that?
There aren't any electric charging points. National policy, I think, more or less says for commercial developments there should be 10% future Wales for national plan. There isn't any provision here. If it's something that committee felt strongly about, then we can add a condition in a similar way that we talked about on the Traston Road scheme. What we would normally ask, though, in a situation like this is that passive provision is put in, which is to say not charges necessarily, just the facility to provide charges in the future as they are required. It's extremely difficult for developers and for councils to predict the uptake of electric vehicles. I understand that that has spiked recently as fuel prices have risen. So knowing when charges will be required specifically is very difficult. But if committee felt strongly on that point, we could add a condition requiring passive provision on the car park. And obviously you'd have to go through that process that you went through earlier, propose, second, vote in favour, and then we can obviously add a condition of that type in. We would justify it on sustainability grounds and future-proofing. So it's a sensible suggestion if committee's minded to go that way.
Thanks, Geraint. Councillor Watkins next, please.
Thank you, Chair. You informed us that the sports side of the development is going to be retained by the developer. Is that correct?
Yeah, in terms of the information that we've been given, the future management would be with the management company, so it wouldn't come to the council as a council facility, it would effectively be private, yeah.
So I'm assuming, if I am correct, that they will maintain the pitches and the changing rooms as well?
Yes, it would be for them to maintain their property, yes.
Okay. The other thing is the parking issue. Could you show me on the plan where the parking is available for the sports side and the parking available for the allotments? The reason I ask is because you're talking about 2 pitches, so that's 44 people at least.
Okay, so this is the proposed parking arrangement. Again, I find it difficult to get the cursor to work on this. It lags. But the white rectangle, it's labelled pavilion. You won't be able to read that, but those are the changing rooms. Pavilion is slightly grandiose for that building. Changing rooms is probably close to it. You can see that the access point is here from the main estate road, and there is a split in that access road in, and we have some parking spaces over here on the right-hand side. They specifically serve the allotment. We're completely fine with that idea. Clearly people may keep tools on site, but they probably won't for issues of theft risk and whatnot. So the idea that people might drive there and bring things with them is perfectly reasonable. So we've included that area of car parking within the allotment area. You'll see we go into that in the report because effectively about 50% of the allotment is actually cultivated land, which seems quite low. But then there's a parking area and there is potential scope for an allotment building of the type that's been alluded to by members. So there is scope for change on the site in our view. You'll appreciate from this sort of zoomed in version of the plan that we were looking at in the presentation, should there be a need in the future to expand the changing rooms, and there's potential to do that, there is room available. Whether that should actually happen is obviously dependent on what the owner, which won't be us, won't be the council, might decide to do. So the rest of the parking on the left-hand side is primarily aimed at the sports pitches. Okay, the number escapes me. It's in your report. I can check it if you want me to. But it meets our SPG requirement, i.e. its policy requirement. So it's very difficult to criticise it on that point. And as the speaker explained, the Section 106 actually required less parking, and they've delivered more than the Section 106 asked for. So they can't be criticised for that.
One further comment and a bit of information in regards to the developer donated the allotments back to NCC. Am I correct in thinking that?
Not a donation, a deal. We agreed to sell them the old allotments, and in return they would replace them with a new sequence of allotments. I think if we take them up on the deal, we're paying them £1. There will be some consideration just to make it all legally binding. But effectively, replacement for what was lost. That was the understanding of it. So not exactly a benefit of the scheme, a compensatory measure, because the Ringland allotments went out of use because the developer needed them to deliver some drainage infrastructure.
But we sold them to the developer. Is this what I'm trying to get?
Well, yeah, we must have done. I can't give you chapter and verse on the land sale, but yes, there must have been a sale. Yeah, you know.
Or a condition in place that they would replace the allotment.
Yeah, that came through the 106 agreement, where the Section 106 legal agreement said you will deliver a new allotments to replace the ones which we've lost.
Lots of money.
Pardon?
I thought we came to lots of money.
No, developers don't work like that. So.
Thanks, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Jones, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, really, with the parking facilities for this open ground, obviously emergency vehicles have to have access if there's an accident. So the provision for emergency vehicles to access the car park area, I assume, then onto the pitch. Because sometimes you have a broken leg, arm, and they have to get access to the pitch. Also, frequently, not just ourselves, we have our friends with the caravans, travellers, and they sometimes in this open space invite themselves. Have we secured enough provision for both the emergency vehicles and prevention of our friends with the travellers with the caravans, please?
Probably the best way to address this is to reopen that slide again. There is no direct vehicular access to the pitches. Okay, what you can see, I'll try and show it. This area here, just to the north of the car park, so this linear structure that you can see curving round, it is a footway. Okay, so if somebody did have a significant injury, then they're going to need to be stretchered off to the car park. Short answer. Yeah, we're not going to get an ambulance onto those pitches. Potentially, if the grass was dry, you might be able to drive over it. And I dare say the crew would do that. They'd assess it on the circumstances when they were there. But, you know, if you are injured in many places, in many areas, in the public realm, in the private realm, you know, the ambulance is not going to be parking next to you. You know, and the emergency crews make arrangements to deal with that. Effectively, you're stretchered because there's no alternative. So that isn't an unusual circumstance as might happen here. In terms of securing the gate, we haven't asked for anything. We'd see that as a matter for the landowner. If they considered it to be an issue that they wanted to address, they could seek further permissions if they required, or they could undertake things under permitted development if that was appropriate. We haven't asked for it. So we see that as an issue for the landowner and their management of the site in the future.
Thanks. Councillor Howells.
Thanks, Chair. Generally supportive of this development, which will be useful space for the community and the wider community potential. I guess ultimately the management company gets saddled with an estate charge for each of the homeowners to foot the bill for maintaining and looking after this. And so there are a couple of things which I don't think necessarily are perhaps sort of planning requirements, although one we might be able to look at is to think about the sustainability of this in terms of kind of revenue funding and what it needs for the management company, so that is an impact significantly on residents. CCTV will be an issue in terms of vandalism. There'll be a need for power to the changing rooms, I guess, for lighting, and I presume that's a condition. There's conditions around foul, but I don't think there's conditions around power, so we just need to make sure it's got power. My suggestion would be that then, to the developer, really, that would be sensible to put solar onto that, so that actually it's generating some electricity, which reduces the burden on the management company and the residents to both power the solar and power the facilities, because we're mindful of management company costs that rack up, and we hear that a lot from residents in our ward and outside our ward on new build schemes. So those are just comments I would make. I'm guessing there must be vehicle access to the field somewhere for the grass to be cut. So is that a gate? Because surely you get a tractor on there to cut the grass rather than doing it on a smaller machine. So I think that kind of point about the travelling community and protecting this from that, it will be well made in terms of making sure gates are locked and secure if there is some sort of way to get onto the field or block the footpath with bollards or whatever that might be. So those are the only comments really I would make, just to make sure that the burden on the residents in the community isn't excessive by way of a state charge. And then you may not know this, but are there plans for a football club or alike to use this as their sort of grounds? Because ultimately it would be useful if somebody actually took it from the management company, owned it, managed it, and built a another football community. We've got loads in lots of wards across the city, and we've got a sports pitches strategy, which hopefully this will sort of form part of, and we can encourage our clubs and future generations to use. Thank you.
Yeah, quite a lot of points there. In terms of future management, I mean, in effect, this will not be a council facility. It will be under the control of a ManCo. It will be private. What future arrangements that they may make with third-party clubs, I couldn't possibly comment. All I would say, if I was a resident and somebody said, oh, you know, that pitch you used to be able to play on, we've given it to a football club and now you can't, I might not be pleased about that. If they compensated me through my payments, maybe I'd be more happy. I don't know. But ultimately, those aren't planning matters. Those are management matters, and they fall to future parties to determine for themselves. So there isn't really a planning comment I can make on that, but I take the points you've made. We haven't required them to provide electricity to it. It may well be covered off in the Section 106, which will say that it has to be provided with all necessary facilities, which clearly would be hot running water, electricity, gas supply for heating. Again, we wouldn't duplicate. If it's already covered in the agreement, we wouldn't put it into a condition generally. You'll note the drainage one is a compliance one. It just says, just make sure you do that. It's almost like a reminder. Sometimes, if these things are being transferred, we have ultimate control because we won't accept them unless they're what we want. But obviously this one won't be transferred. So we can check the agreement on that point and just make sure that it's tight.
Thanks. Councillor Rheoli, please.
My questions have been covered, Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks very much. In that case, Councillor Pym.
Thank you, Chair. So coming back to the football pitches, I think that the hope would be that the football pitches are created, that they're going to last decades. And part of that is making sure that the drainage for the football pitches are up to scratch, that they're not going to, it's not just a grassed area that's been marked out, but it's a designated football or sports pitch that is built to the standard expected. A few questions. We've got changing rooms at the moment, but we've already discussed the possibility of a not confirmed water supplies. Is there going to be a hydrant facility on site? So there's a guaranteed water supply for taps and showers. So not just the allotment water, but water for the changing facilities. And also looking at the weather that we've experienced, not just this summer, but last summer, where we've experienced heat wave conditions for nearly a month. These pitches are going to dry out and crack. The grass is going to struggle to dry. So could I please encourage the developer to think about future water supplies, not just for water in the football pitches so they last longer and they're a better surface to play on, but also in terms of dealing with the waterfall that we, or the rainfall that we get in the autumn and winter. We get two extremes at the moment, really wet winters and then very hot summers, and as a result a lot of our pitches across the city are struggling, and for weeks on end they're not playable. And there was one more point I was hoping to raise while we've got the image up, Geraint, is at the moment on the images that we've got on our report there doesn't appear to be a perimeter path. Now I'd be hopeful that lots of people are going to use this facility not just for football or for allotments, but could be there for exercising, dog walking. So on that image that you've got, is that a perimeter path that goes around the whole of the site? And if so, do you know what type of material will be used for that path?
Yeah, there is a perimeter path. I'd say on the whole slide you can't really see it, so it's useful that we've actually got the drawing open and then you can pick it out more easily. So there is a circular route all the way around this area, and you can see some of the proposed planting is shown in this drawing. So yes, there will be a circular route around it. It will have a general and wider purpose. It's not exclusively a football facility. From memory, the pitches are appropriately drained, and they will drain to this pond feature, which is shown here, an attenuation basin that the labelling says if you can't read it, i.e. the water flows in there and it's held and then released in a controlled way. because I take your point in terms of winter flooding issues. Pitches, they haven't got sprinklers, but nothing required for anything of that nature. Again, we'd see that as a management responsibility for the owner. Now, how they would do it, presumably water bowser, there's no other way really. Yeah.
If I can just come back there, if the area is already developed, then is there the possibility to access the existing water mains that are in the area? Again, it's just for sustainability of the site. Again, if these summers continue, we're going to end up with rock-hard football pitches and then really wet football pitches in the winter. Again, if we can invest in the infrastructure to start with, then we've got a long-term strategy and hopefully a long-term sporting facility.
Yeah, there will be water will be brought to the site because, in effect, the changing rooms can't function without it. Alan Lowe, the Section 106 manager, has sent a message, and he basically confirms that 106 requires a fully serviced arrangement in terms of the changing rooms. So there will be gas, water, and telephone wire, effectively all the utilities that are required to make it a functional building. So the 106 does secure all the things that are required. And as again, we wouldn't duplicate, those requirements. So if we've got them once, we don't need them twice. So there will be water on the site. As I say, watering the pitch, if that becomes necessary, we just see that as a future management arrangement, and it'll be a point that the Manco will have to take up with the users of the facility. But I agree. But there's no reason to think that it would be impossible to irrigate site, water the site if they had to. All right, they may have to use perhaps smaller equipment. But, you may not get a big tractor on there, but again, I see no reason why you couldn't, the way it's set out. But ultimately, it's a management responsibility for the future, for the Manco to decide in agreement with their user group, whoever that might be. There are certain things that planning cannot control in sufficient detail, and that's one of them. These are management issues going forward.
Thanks, Councillor Pym. Councillor Jordan, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think what Councillor Pym's asked as well about the pathways is, what are they? Would they be? Would there come water seep through them, or is this going to be like a normal, like a tarmac path going all the way around?
Yeah, I'm just checking the drawing, and it says proposed footpath up to 2 metres width, timber edges, hogging gravel. And I think I've defined hogging in the report, have I? I think I have, because I don't know what it is. So I've put it in as a reference at the bottom of the page. So it's a bound gravel, I think. Self-binding gravel? Yeah, all right. So yeah, that'll be the surfacing material.
I'm glad you explained that, Gavin, because I didn't know either. Councillor Watkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. No mention of floodlights, John. Is there proposed, and if not, can we make sure that it comes back to Planning Committee, because I am concerned about light spill onto the residential development which is adjacent to it?
Yeah, not proposed. So we haven't considered it because it's not in the submission. It would be development that requires permission, in my view, so we would retain control over it in the future. So if a user said that they wanted floodlighting, which is perfectly possible, if one of these pitch changes to 3G, for example, which it could, 4G, then they may want a floodlit facility, but we'll cross those bridges when we come to them.
Considering it's football pitches, and obviously the season goes from into the dark nights as well.
Yeah, they do. It would increase the usability. It's a common feature that we see now, usually, I'd say, artificial or semi-artificial pitches with floodlighting, and they are extremely popular because they're a better service than grass in many ways, unless you're prepared to spend a lot of money maintaining the grass, which most users are not. But yeah, bridges to be crossed in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. I can't see anybody else indicating to speak. Oh, I stand corrected. Councillor Perkins.
Now, it says the football pitches are going to remain as a private facility managed by a company. I can't see it in the report, and I've missed it. How long do they have to remain as playing pitches?
I'd have to check, but Section 106 would normally cover that off, that they're available, in perpetuity to the residents that they serve, to cut off that risk of a private owner saying, well, okay, we'll just build more houses on them then. Yeah, so yeah, we have foreseen that future risk.
All right, I'm looking very carefully this time. I can't see anybody indicated to speak. So we'll move to the vote then. The recommendation is that this is granted with the conditions as specified in your reports.
Yeah, Chair, can I put a condition in there, please, for the electric parking and also for a barrier to exit and entrance, so to stop travellers getting into the property, into the grounds.
So you want to propose that extra condition? Okay, can I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Pym? Okay, so all those in favour of adding that extra condition?
Sorry, Chair, just before we do that, are you looking for charges or just a passive provision?
Well, either or, it doesn't matter, for electric.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Right. And also then for a gated entrance in, so they can lock up at the end of the night, things like that.
Right. Alan Lowe, I just saw a message flash up. Good job he didn't say anything rude. He says the pitches are available in perpetuity. All right, just to clarify on that point.
Thanks, Gary. So, yeah, just to clarify then, so Councillor Jordan, you've proposed an extra amendment, 2 extra ones, yeah. Did we have somebody to second that? Yeah, sorry, Councillor Pym, yeah. So those in favour, please. That seems to be unanimous. Yep, okay, thank you. So the recommendation then is to grant with conditions as specified in your pack, plus the 2 extra ones. So can I have somebody to propose that? Councillor Jordan, somebody to second, Councillor Howells. All those in favour? We seem to have lost Councillor Jones, but it seems unanimous in the chamber. Councillor Jones, are you in favour? Can you hear us? Those against? You're struggling to hear us. All right, Councillor Jones, we're just voting on the recommendation to grant with conditions. So, are you for that?
You froze and I lost your voice, sorry.
Okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next application, which is application number 26. Oh, so before we do that, thank you to the speaker. Appreciate that, and obviously you're welcome to stay if you want to. The next application is application number 26/0112 in the Lisbury wards. It's at 100 Somerton Road. The recommendation for this one is for refusal, and the presenting officer is Vicky Quinn.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks planning permission for the change of use to a children's nursery. The site is located on the corner of Somerton Road and Kitty Hawk Drive. It is occupied by a 2-storey end of terrace property. It is adjoined to the east by a residential dwelling. The site was previously used as a post office and a shop with residential accommodation above. More recently, the property has been used as a hair and beauty salon. It's understood to be currently vacant. The application is being reported to committee at the request of Councillor Peterson, who is in support of the proposal. His full comments are reported in section 6.2 of the officer report. Planning permission was recently refused for the change of use, with reasons for refusal relating to parking, impact on neighbouring amenity and flood risk. This submission is as per the previous submission, with the proposed floor plan showing childcare is to be provided over both the ground and first floor, with provision for ages 3+ on the ground floor and under 3s on the first floor. The plans also show toilet facilities and a food preparation area, although it's understood It's stated that that meals are not prepared on site and local caterers will deliver the food. The business will operate from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. No external alterations are proposed to the building. The character of the area is predominantly residential, with some commercial uses on Somerton Road and a greater number of commercial uses on Cromwell Road to the northwest. It's not within a defined centre. Located within the urban boundary, there's a presumption in favour of development in principle. The immediate area has a predominantly residential character, and so residential amenity is a key consideration. The proposal is for a nursery and does have merit when considered as a community facility. The applicant advises that there is local demand for an early years nursery. The site is within a flood risk area, and the proposals represent a change from low vulnerability to highly vulnerable development, and this is another key consideration. As noted previously, the immediate area has a predominantly residential character, and the building directly adjoins number 102 Somerton Road, which is a residential dwelling. Whilst the building has a lawful commercial use, having been used as a shop and hairdressers, and neighbouring residents will therefore be used to a degree of noise and disturbance and comings and goings associated with the commercial premises, it is considered that the use of the building as a children's nursery has potential to result in a significantly greater degree of noise and disturbance as a result of children playing and being cared for, and during drop-off and pick-up times, with a high volume of people going to and from the property. The number of children to be cared for at the facility has not been confirmed, and given the size of the building, it may be considered self-limiting. The floor plans show both floors in use for childcare, with children's play spaces abutting the internal party wall at ground floor. The building has a large curtilage which extends to the rear of the garden, serving 102. And it's anticipated that the outside area would be utilised for learning and play, with associated noise and disturbance uncontained by the building envelope. Excuse me. Whilst the operating hours do not include antisocial hours, the lack of information on child numbers and the close proximity of the proposed use to the existing residents gives cause for concern that is not mitigated by information accompanying this submission. Given the close proximity of the building to neighbouring residential dwellings, and in particular 102 Somerton Road, the proposals are considered to result in an adverse impact to neighbouring amenity, with no information to mitigate this objection. Moving on to highway considerations, clearly a key consideration for a use such as this is the ability to provide parking for high volumes of drop-offs and pick-ups. The level of parking provision serving the property is unclear, as whilst the supporting information refers to parking to the side of the site, and there is an area of hard standing here, this area would appear to be outside of the red line boundary and not shown to be in the ownership of the applicant. That's this area here that I'm referring to, with the van and the car parked. Given the limited parking availability, it is likely that customers travelling by car to the former shop and hairdressers would have parked on street also. Neither the number of staff nor children has been confirmed with this application, although it is stated that staff ratios are 1 adult to 8 children for 3-year-old plus and 1 adult to 4 children for under 3s. So it's reasonable to assume that there would be at least 4 staff members, very likely more. It's anticipated that there would be an increased parking and drop-off demand as a result of the proposals. Unlike the former uses, there is also likely to be a high demand for parking at opening and closing times, and in the absence of sufficient parking provision, it is likely that parents would park along Kitty Hawk Drive, which has unrestricted parking. The road is not wide enough to allow parking on both sides, so parking and drop-offs is limited and may lead to stopping on the corners. Given the age of the children attending, parents will need to park in order to accompany their child into the setting and to collect them rather than waiting in the car. Whilst it is anticipated that some parents and children may walk to the facility, again, due to the age of the children, it's anticipated that they would walk only short distances, and therefore the majority of users would arrive by car. In addition, it's stated that local caterers will deliver food to the nursery and it's not prepared on site, but no details of how this servicing arrangement would be carried out has been provided. Whilst the Council's Highways Officer raises no objection, this is based on an acknowledged lack of information and various assumptions of low staffing levels compared to previous uses. The proposals are considered to result in an increased parking demand for parking which cannot be accommodated within the site to the detriment of highway and pedestrian safety and the amenity of neighbouring residents. Cycle parking is proposed, although the Council's Highways Officer has advised that the style is not appropriate. Details could legitimately be secured by condition if planning permission were forthcoming. However, it is considered unlikely that parents would cycle to the nursery with the children given their ages. Turning to flood risk matters, as previously noted, the planning application proposes a change of use from low vulnerability to highly vulnerable development as a children's nursery, as specified by TAN 15, with reliance on ground floor accommodation to serve the use. NRW flood map for planning identifies the application site to be at risk of flooding within zones 2 and 3, rivers and sea, defended. TAM 15 confirms that a flood consequence assessment is required for any development proposals located fully or partly in flood zones 2 and 3. This assessment will help the planning authority to determine whether the risk and consequences of flooding are acceptable and can be appropriately managed over the lifetime of development. The TAN also sets out tolerable conditions and should provide authorities with details of how the development would comply or compare with these. The application is not accompanied by an FCA to enable the LPA to make such an assessment. It's therefore contrary to Planning Policy Wales and TAN 15. A technical note has been provided and NRW advised that this document is insufficient. NRW have requested that further information is provided by the applicant. Officers have given the applicant the opportunity to submit this, but the applicant has declined, instead referring to other sites for which planning permission has been granted by the Council for highly vulnerable uses within flood risk areas. However, unlike this submission, these applications were accompanied by flood consequence assessments, which enabled the LPA to make an informed assessment. NRW are clear in their advice that in the absence of this information, they object to the application. NRW advised that should the LPA be minded to go against their advice, they should be informed prior to granting consent and allowed sufficient time to make further representations. Whilst the applicant refers to an evacuation route along Somerton Road where safe refuge can be sought approximately 340 metres away on Somerton Bridge, in the absence of a comprehensive FCA, the flood risks cannot be fully assessed. The application contains no details relating to such matters including the speed of inundation of flood waters, velocity and rate of rise and flooding conditions for evacuation routes. There is potential for conditions along the evacuation route to exceed tolerable limits as set out within TAM 15, and a likelihood that it would not be safe or appropriate for staff to travel this distance with very young children at ratios of 1 adult to 8 children for 3-year-olds plus and 1 adult to 4 children for under 3-year-olds. It is considered inappropriate for staff and children to remain on the bridge for an undetermined length of time, and this is not considered a safe place of refuge. The property is 2-storey and it's acknowledged that the first floor would provide a temporary refuge. However, in the absence of an FCA, it's not known how long floodwaters would take to recede, requiring staff and children to remain at the premises. Furthermore, given the age of the children that would be cared for at the premises, it's considered likely that parents would attempt to reach their children either by foot or by car, even in the event of an imminent flood, placing them at increased risk and greater strain on the emergency services. It is noted that whilst the bathroom is shown at first floor, food preparation and other toilets are located on ground floor and would likely be inundated during a flood event. The proposal fails to comply with the aims of TAM 15 and Policy SP3 of the Newport Local Development Plan and Policy Wales. In terms of waste considerations, given the large curtilage that the property benefits from, It's considered that there's sufficient space to accommodate waste and recycling, and a management plan could be secured by condition if planning permission were forthcoming. In conclusion, given the proximity of the building and its curtilage to the adjoining dwelling and the nature of the intended use, with scope to significantly increase both indoor and outdoor noise at the premises, the proposals will result in an adverse impact to neighbouring amenity, and no information has been provided to mitigate this objection. The proposals will increase parking demand and a particularly significant intensification during drop-off and pick-up times, which cannot be accommodated on site. This is to the detriment of highway and pedestrian safety and neighbouring amenity. Lastly, the proposal is for a highly vulnerable use within a flood risk area, and it's not been demonstrated that the proposals are acceptable with regard to flood risk. The proposals are contrary to national and local planning policy, and NRW object. It is therefore recommended that planning permission is refused. If members are minded to grant planning permission, NRW must first be notified. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. We don't have any public speakers, but we do have the ward councillor, ward member, to speak in favour of the proposal. So, Councillor Peterson, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I can't really disagree with the officer's reports. I've looked at the FCA, and I think it's not up to standard. It looks like if it's been AI generated, very generalised and not site specific. So I'm not here to support the application on a planning ground, but more on a community infrastructure ground of that it is needed. So is it possible for the planning committees to grant permission but put the FCA into conditions? Because what I think has happened, looking at the quality of the surveys which are there, it looks like if there's a financial restraint on the applicant, they've gone to members because childcare isn't a good money maker as such. So I think they're restricted. Where the community needs it, can we help it along and put the conditions in place? Because I think it's 300 metres from a school, no crossing of the roads. The parking, the highways officers don't have any objection with Kitty Hawk. So I do think it's a great site. But what can we do as a council and as a committee to try to help them along the way? Because I'm not sure if the applicant is experienced in the planning process, so they may not be aware of it, and they're relying on budget agents as such, and then putting it through, and then the applicant ain't getting the full benefit of what you would get from professional agents. So yeah, I support it for the need in the community, but I do understand why the officer have made their recommendations. Thank you, I'll be the last time I speak now.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. I mean, I stand to be corrected on this. I've got two experts thanking me. My understanding is that that wouldn't be able to be put forward as a condition if planning permission was granted. It needs to be an integral part of the actual application. But I stand to be corrected on that.
No, that's right, Chair. A flood consequences assessment would need to be submitted with the application, which fully detailed the impact of the proposals. That would then maybe suggest mitigation measures, which could be incorporated into a condition, but we couldn't condition a flood consequences assessment at this stage because it is effectively integral to whether this is acceptable in flooding terms. Thank you.
I'll open the floor to questions now. We've got a couple of people indicated already. So the first one is Councillor Pym.
Hi there. Vicky, if you don't mind, would you be able to get the slide up that shows the property as it is at the moment as hairdressers? Am I right in saying that the main entrance to Perfect was it the brown door, or is it a door? Was that? So the main entrance at the moment for the premises is from the main road. I think the concern for that, from living quite close by to that area, is there's an awful lot of traffic that moves through there, And so whether it could be a condition or a recommendation that if this was to be passed, that the entrance to the nursery comes from the rear of the building as opposed to the front, because my concern would be kids coming out and walking straight in on the main road. As you can see, there's a car parked obscuring the traffic from that area. Whether we can do that in the planning to make a safer exit and access and exit for the property. And then the other issue that I've got with it is just the rear parking at the moment. Would any additional parking facilities be allowed, or would that be a separate planning application? Because there's some gates there at the back, that would be the play area. So was it mentioned earlier that where that the van and car is parked at the moment, that the premises don't own that piece of land, that's separate? So in theory, there is no on-site parking.
Yeah, so picking up on your second point there, their site location plan follows the red line, which denotes land ownership, follows this outline here. Excuse me. So the parking that you can see from that photo is outside of that red line. So with the red line, they're telling us what they effectively can control. So they've shown that parking to be outside of their control. So taking it on face value, they don't have control of this area here. Their block plan, the site plan, this is the proposed one here, shows that area of parking that you could see on the street view photo. It also, they intend to provide an additional parking space within the site. I mean, they haven't shown that they can control access to that, because they're effectively telling us that they don't control this land here, that you need to cross over to get to it. But also, the size of this area here is not sufficient. It doesn't meet our requirements for a parking space. So taking it on face value, that they don't have any parking under their control. In terms of the access to the building, obviously officers are recommending that it be refused, but it does look like there are gates here into the site, albeit they don't necessarily control this land here adjacent to it. So I'm not sure whether we'd be able to condition, if members are minded to support the application, that they need to use this access, because they've shown us, well, they're not showing us that they have control of this area that they need to cross to get to it.
Thanks. Councillor Rheoli, please.
Thank you, Chair. I love the idea of new businesses and new life coming into communities, and we do need childcare provision. It was mentioned by the speaker that they are inexperienced in putting together such proposals, and I can see that. And that's not a criticism of them, I can see that. I want to help them. You know, lack of professional noise impact assessments. They should have had that in there. The absence of mitigation measures, no physical soundproofing, acoustic fencing, operation of noise controls, none of those were proposed. Concentrated drop-offs and pick-off, traffic risks, double yellow parking, local street congestion. There's quite a bit there that they need to do. I can't support this in its present. Well, let me put it another way. I agree with the officers in their stance. What I can't do is support the application for overturning this as it is at the moment. there are too many hurdles to jump. My advice to the applicants are to go back, have a look at it again, and see how they can turn this proposal of theirs into a success. And there are ways of doing it. They've got good ward members that will be able to assist them, and if they're mindful, then reapply. But at the moment, I have to support the officer's recommendations for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Loutley. Councillor Jones, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Like many other councillors, we like to encourage businesses in Newport and to thrive, succeed and thrive. However, I think the location and the limitation of this building for access and safety of the children, the welfare of the children, prohibits me from agreeing and passing this application. I think the parking and the safety of the children is at the most, and for that reason, I won't be voting for this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. I've only got one comment myself. I just want to just clarify, I suppose, really, in terms of the evacuation, if I can. Am I right in thinking, if I've interpreted this right, that in the event of an emergency, that each adult could potentially need to lead between 4 and 8 very young children, babies and toddlers, across Somerton Road onto Somerton Bridge for an unspecified amount of time?
Yeah, that's correct. That's what they're telling us that they would do in the event of a flood. So the ratios are 1 adult to 8 children for 3-year-olds and older, and 1 adult to 4 children for under 3 years. And they would be travelling down Somerton Road, making their way to Somerton Railway Bridge, which is obviously elevated, and wait there for an undetermined length of time until floodwaters recede.
All right, thanks. I mean, I've got to say, I think as a parent myself, that would scare me to death. But that's just my opinion. Councillor Howells.
Thanks, Chair. I support all the comments made at the moment. We obviously want to support, entrepreneurship and new business into the city, and there's no doubt that, a nursery facility in that area, close to the primary school, is wanted and needed by residents there. And so I think, from that stand, we would all want to try and support this application if we just looked at it from that sort of narrow perspective. But I recognise essentially that there's a want of information in the application which has led to a recommendation for refusal. And I take Councillor Peterson's point of view, who's been in touch with the applicant, and they're clearly inexperienced. And it seems to me your point there about trying to evacuate the children onto Somerton Bridge is an attempt to try and deal with a flood consequence issue that should be dealt with by a flood consequences assessment, which would lead you to what the actual risks are, what the measures are, what the timescales are, what the warnings might be, and all the rest of it. And so I think it needs an FCA, and I think, NRW probably, they don't commit, but they say with an flood consequence assessment, we might get to a point where we could, but without it, we just cannot make a recommendation. So, so I think, my only sort of point is I think this is a second application from your report. So this is the kind of free go, isn't it, at a resubmission. And so, I don't know if there's an option for the committee to defer this application so that the applicant can go away and provide that, given a final opportunity, so that there isn't the need to resubmit in a full planning fees and everything else. But, perhaps on a short window that they provide a flood consequences assessment and the appropriate things that we need in order to make a proper judgment. Because I suspect this is going to come back to us probably with a flood consequences assessment, and whether that's going to be sufficient enough or not for us to deal with is probably, we won't know. And given the applicant's current form for trying to for want of a better phrase, sort of do this on the cheap and keep the consultants' fees down. We know what planning consultancy fees can be like. They are prohibitively expensive. When you go to the experts, particularly around flood, there are only, a few specialists that do it. And then clearly, Councillor Peterson alludes to a sort of planning consultant or some sort of consultant trying to, AI a proposal to sort of get past the committee, and, we're far too long in the tooth, particularly with the experienced officers, to kind of be led by that. So, I would love to see, from an entrepreneurial point of view, this take place. I accept that we can't approve it for flooding, but I would encourage the committee to try and defer a decision for perhaps 8 weeks to give the applicant an opportunity to address some of the flaws in their application.
Sorry, I'll take this one. No, I fully appreciate that, Councillor. From our perspective, this is already a resubmission, so we've refused this once. We've given them the opportunity. As you're aware, we are monitored in terms of timescale, so they can come in again and look to address, but my advice would be we need to determine this because they've had sufficient opportunity, and they are, just to be clear, they have got a planning agent involved as well, so they should have the advice to be able to. Whether they accept that advice, I can't advise on, but that's what I would advise. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to that is that during the course of this application, they have been given the opportunity to submit an FTA and have declined. Instead, what their agent has tended to do is to refer to other developments and try and compare them to this, but they're not directly comparable. And the developments he's referred to have all had FCAs. So they have been given a fair chance to submit it, but have declined.
Thanks for that. I'd have to say I sympathise with all the comments about us trying, wanting to support businesses and supports, especially childcare. It is much needed. But as we always say, it's got to be the right place, the right business in the right place, and it's got to be safe, hasn't it? I'm looking around. I can't see anybody else wanting to speak. Just going to make sure this time. Okay, the recommendation is for this application to be refused. Can I have a proposer for that, please? Councillor Rheoli, thank you. Councillor Jordan, second, thank you. All those in favour? I think that's, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 7. Against? Any abstain? 1 abstain. Okay, thank you very much. And we have... thank you for coming in, Councillor Peterson. Appreciate your time. You're welcome to stay if you want. Our last application today is application number 26/0123 in the Ymddiheuriadau ward. It's the land and building forming part of the former Robert Price Transport Yard on Corporation Road. And the presenting officer for this one is Grant. Geraint, sorry, my mistake, Geraint. And I looked in Grant.
Right, thank you, Chair. 260123, proposed redevelopment of the former Transport Yard, Corporation Road, Newport, Phase 2, comprising of 14 residential units with access arrangements, parking and associated works. So the area of land in question then, let's actually start the slideshow. So the area of land in question, it's still not working. Anyway, I'll carry on. If we need to go to large slides, let me know if there's anything that you can't see. The area of land in question is this area outlined blue, which is effectively just north of where Corporation Road crosses Spuddy Pill. Okay, so Sinclair Garage is immediately to the north, and this is the B&Q building, I think, over here on this side of a road. So you'll be familiar, most of you, with the site. Okay, in terms of, sorry, just bear with me for a minute. This is not working. that's better. Okay, apologies for that, false start. We'll try again, but the slides are just more visible for you now. So again, the aerial photograph gives you the context that you need. So you can see the arrangement, and it's effectively, if we can get the mouse to track, it's this area of land here, again, an approximate L shape just on the northern banks of the Apêl. Say Sinclair Garage, you can see immediately to the north, and I say the B&Q building across the other side of the road. Okay. Currently then undeveloped. A flood bank was put in some time ago to mitigate flood risk from the tidal river, but effectively the site has been cleared now for many years. It's increasingly scrubby, and it's making a minimal contribution to the urban area and the general environment. Okay, now in terms of this site, it's been delivered in 2 phases, as you will have picked up from the description. So on the right-hand side of that slide, we have the red line for the phase that we're considering today. That's phase 2. However, there is permission in place for a further series of blocks which are on the land immediately to the east. So you can see those sort of greyed out, and they're sort of facing the curve of the river. So where the Apêl curves round to the north, the blocks follow it round. Okay, so there is an established pattern of residential development already approved on the neighbouring site. Now, the piece of the site we're looking at today, which is outlined red, originally that was to come forward as a coffee pod. At the time that this submission was made some years ago, they were a particularly favoured form of commercial development, but clearly this one has not found any takers, and it hasn't happened. So the proposal is to deliver accommodation on this site as opposed to commercial development, and that's why it's come in as a separate application from the other blocks. Okay, so that would be the general arrangement. We have a block facing Corporation Road, the site outlined red, and then we have a series of blocks curving around the rest of the site. But in general terms, we should think about this as a coherent development. It makes more sense that way. Okay, so that's the layout we're looking at. There we are. Right, so again, focusing in on that outlined red area in a bit more detail. So you can see that Corporation Road is at the right-hand side of that slide. Then there is an access road into our development site, which is just next to Sinclair Garage. So outside our red line, you can see the parking area for those already approved units that we saw in the previous slide. And you can see that there is an access road from the west coming into our site, going effectively up a ramp and into this car parking area here. And then you can see the block itself. And surrounding the block, particularly facing Corporation Road, and on the southern end, facing the Riverside Footpath Link, there are some limited areas of landscaping. Okay, and we'll talk about those a bit more in a minute. Okay, on that layout plan, it may not be immediately obvious, but this sort of curvy feature, this serpentine feature, is an access ramp which would deliver access at steady grade for people who were either using wheelchairs or who were not so good on their feet. And again, not completely clear, but if I can get the cursor to wake up, there is also a flight of steps. And the reason why that ramp is required and why those steps are required is to bridge the level changes from the access road and up into our site. Because in plain terms, this is another site that needs to be raised to mitigate flood risk. So this is a concept you'll be very familiar with from earlier on in today's meeting. Okay, so that's the broad layout of the site. Okay, so building footprint and lots of built development. Okay, and we'll talk about those a bit more in a minute. Okay, floor plans, we just zoomed in a little bit more just to give you an idea of a layout, but they are one-bedroomed flatted units with sort of kitchen diners. And each one has access to a balcony space. So again, if I can get the cursor to wake up, yeah, these areas here, for example, are balconies, and they'll be much more apparent when we look at the elevational drawings, which we'll do now. So CGI, that gives you an idea of what it will look like from Corporation Road. So if we were facing north, towards Sinclair Garages. That gives you an idea of how that building would appear on the left-hand side of a road on that space, which is currently vacant. So they're proposing a red brick finish primarily and a grey cladding if you look at the, the box on the roof, for want of a better phrase. So in terms of the massing of a building and its proportions and the way in which it will appear from the public realm, we're quite satisfied with it, and that CGI is just quite useful for giving us that indication. Okay, so rolling to our next slide. Northern elevation. Now, the reason why this is here is A, it's just to give you an improved understanding of the appearance, but also where the cursor is now, that is the flight of steps that will take you up to the entrance level. And you can see now why that ramp is required, because the whole site is effectively elevated above the existing level of Corporation Road. Okay. Just while we're here on this, cursor, if I can get it to point, there is a bin store which is effectively in a lower ground level, and you will remember from the report that the bin store is vulnerable to a flood event, but the habitable accommodation in the block itself is not. Okay. So further elevational treatments, Corporation Road aspect, we've already got a good impression of that from CGI, but you can see the landscaping beds are slightly better made out there, so you can understand how the retaining walls and the planting would work to take us up to the level of the building. Okay, and you can see on the right-hand side it says plus 9.8 metres above ordnance datum, which is what is necessary to take that accommodation out of the floodplain. And the southern elevation, again, you've got a good idea of that from the CGI, so we won't say too much about that. Okay, that gives you a sort of a visual appraisal of the scheme, how it's laid out and what it will look like if it were approved. Okay, the key issues which you'll be aware of from the report are flooding. It's adjacent to the tidal river, so flooding is clearly a risk, and the mechanism to mitigate that flood risk is by raising the site, which we've mentioned in terms of the ramp and the steps and the finished floor levels for the habitable accommodation. And that site raising will take that building out of the floodplain, which is to say, even in an extreme event, a 1 in 1,000 year event, those flats would be dry, they wouldn't flood. Other parts of the site would, including the car park, but the flats themselves would not. Okay, so what we've entertained in many of these riverfront developments is a policy of containment. Because they are raised, they are dry. And that means, in the event of a flood, the safest place for residents to be is in those flats. Now, they will have to wait until the flood recedes before they can leave safely, but we acknowledge that during the flood event, they would effectively not be able to safely move from those properties. Okay, they are contained. Now, technically, that is a breach of national flood policy, but it's a mechanism that we've arrived at in Newport over many years to allow the regeneration of our riverfront sites. And had we not adopted that interpretation of national policy, then we could not have brought any of these sites forward. And it is the approach we've taken on the site next door, which already has permission. Okay, so we're satisfied that although flood policy isn't quite complied with, and you'll understand why from the report, that we don't see this as so sufficiently harmful that permission should be withheld. So we're advising, whilst acknowledging the flood risk, it is insufficiently harmful to the interests of future occupiers that permission should be refused. So you'll be aware of the detail of that in the assessment, and you'll understand how we've arrived at that conclusion. So flooding, certainly a material consideration, but not sufficiently harmful in our view to warrant refusal. Okay, design and appearance, I won't say much about that. You've seen it, so you understand those issues for yourself. Okay, green infrastructure, the site is very developed. You'll appreciate that with the footprint of the building, the car parking, the ramp, the steps. There is not much space for green infrastructure, for planting effectively. But we've concluded that because this site will have access to green facilities nearby, again, you'll see that from the report, that lack of green infrastructure within the site itself is not unduly harmful. And therefore we don't see that as a reason to refuse permission either. Okay, Amenity for occupiers, well, the flats meet all the necessary space standards required by Welsh design quality standards and by our own policy, locally adopted. So the flats are of appropriate size, they have external balcony space, private space, which is compliant with relevant supplementary planning guidance, and we consider that it will deliver good quality private amenity space for the occupiers of those units. Okay. You'll appreciate from the aerial photograph it's very close to the river. The river has very significant conservation interests, but we're satisfied that subject to conditional controls, those conservation interests can be appropriately protected both during construction and during the operational phase of the building, i.e. when it's occupied. Okay. Site is contaminated, which we acknowledge, but we propose conditions that would deal with that appropriately, so that isn't a concern for us. We've assessed the relationship with the adjacent scheme, and you'll have some idea of that yourself from the layout drawing that you've seen in the presentation, and we consider that also to be acceptable. There are noise issues from Corporation Road and from the Southern Distributor Road. In terms of internal standards, we're confident that that can be dealt with. Externally, it can't be. So if you are sitting on your balcony overlooking Corporation Road, you will be subject to road noise. But our view is that residents will have choices on that. They will choose to use that space for their enjoyment, or they will not. Okay? But we consider the benefit of having a balcony to significantly outweigh the harm from external noise if you are sitting on that balcony. And that's the stance we've typically taken on noise-affected developments, which you'll be aware of from other applications. Okay, the minor issues then, car parking and cycling. We acknowledge in the report that there is insufficient visitor parking, but again, we don't see it as unduly harmful. We're satisfied with the waste collection arrangements. We are confident that net benefit for biodiversity can be achieved through condition. We're satisfied that the National Marine Plan is complied with and there wouldn't be any harm to the River Usk Special Landscape Area, and we would condition charging facilities for ULEVs, which is obviously a point that was raised earlier today, but we have addressed it on this application. Okay, I won't say more. We've been here a long time.
Thank you, Gerard. I appreciate that. We don't have any public speakers, so I'll open the floor straight up to questions. Councillor Pym.
Yeah, again, I'm familiar with the area and it's not been used for anything for a long, long time. It doesn't seem to be blocking any residential views, so the premises are opposite, is almost dead opposite B&Q and Sinclair, so it's not obstructing or obscuring anyone's views, so nobody's going to lose out from this development. I think we discussed earlier the importance of one-bedroom flats, so I think this is a nice balance for us as a committee. I'd support it, and I think it's much needed.
Thanks very much. Councillor Howells.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to comment in relation to the CGI, really, that you shared, because I hadn't seen that before, because it obviously wasn't on the planning portal when I originally looked at them. So it just appears to be a really sort of over-prominent building in terms of the kind of areas that surround it. Is really, really close to the front of Corporation Road, when the rest of the adjacent buildings are set back significantly. The Sinclair building is set back probably 6 or 7 metres. You know, the garage has got the sort of empty space on the forecourt, and it's not sort of getting much further down the road that the development sort of abuts the road. So I just wondered if you sort of give that any thought, any comment on it, whether that's less material given there's more commercial sort of development around it.
Yes, the massing of the building is definitely material. It's probably best you didn't see the pre-app proposal we advised on, because this is a lot better. Yes, it is a building of significantly greater mass and height than any of the buildings currently around it. But part of the context is what will be coming on the adjacent site, which is not dissimilar I know that's almost a classic planning double negative. The buildings which are approved on the adjacent site are very similar to this one. And in terms of a relationship between buildings and the riverfront environment, it isn't unusual for us to have a sort of context of 3, 4, 5-storey flats facing out. So we think it fits with what we've approved next door. It is quite different from other development, which, as you say, is lower, and, for example, the B&Q is obviously set back because of a car park. But having assessed all of that, we didn't think there was a harmful relationship or a jarring visual effect on this part of Corporation Road. We obviously see Corporation Road as an important route into the city from the SDR. Good quality design along it is essential, we would say, in new development. But context matters. We do have to consider what's around it. The current entrance, if you like, at the southern end of Corporation Road junction is not particularly good in visual quality. We certainly don't think this would be harmful. In fact, my view would be that it would be an improvement over what the current arrangement is. And given the setting adjacent to the river, although that is beginning to change when you get to that eastern end of the site, but given that environment, the space, and the sense of openness along the frontage, along the Apêl and along the river in general terms, we don't think the height is excessive or dominating. But that's our judgment, and obviously other judgments are available.
Yeah, I guess it's subjective a little bit, isn't it? Design, I'd have probably preferred to see perhaps the block set back towards the other blocks and the car parking at the front, which then would have been sort of less dense to the road, if you like, and probably would have been easier perhaps to manage in terms of the flood risk, because you would have had the cars level with the road. But yeah, I don't propose to dwell on the point.
Yeah, we normally look for strong frontage along these prominent routeways, and this was offering it. Now potentially setting it back in a suitably landscaped space could have been another design solution. There's no reason why that wouldn't have worked. It isn't what the applicant's chosen, but we consider this arrangement to be acceptable, and the raising of the car parking areas is potentially beneficial to residents in the sense of it reduces the risk to, albeit movable property. So yes, there were other possibilities, but this is the development that's been proposed, and in context, we judge it acceptable.
Thanks. Councillor Jordan, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It just feels like it just mirrors the other side of the road, because you've got the Lysis Village on the other side and this goes on the other side. It just sort of mirrors each other out, really. Plus on the Corporation Road side as well, on them towards Monsanto's area. They've got the side of those houses along there, which are quite high as well. So I think it just mirrors it. I think it looked quite nice, actually.
I'm glad that wasn't on mic. Councillor Watkins, please.
Two questions, Chair. AOD of this part of the development, how does that compare with the AOD of the Phase 1?
It's all raised to take the buildings out of the floodplain. The parking area on that area to the left of the slide outside our red line, that is also flood vulnerable. So you'll notice from our report, we say, well, okay, some of the site will flood, which is contrary to national policy. But frankly, the applicant beat us with our own stick, because they said, well, you've accepted that arrangement on Phase 1, which was correct, we had. We acknowledge the risk because we have to. But we made a judgment that the fact that the buildings themselves would be dry and the fact that the risk to the car parking areas was somewhat mitigated, and the fact that cars are movable property, i.e. if you knew it was going to flood, you could move your car. We took all of that into account and said in the round we think that the development is acceptable in flood terms. So having run that argument on Phase 1, it was very difficult for us to argue with ourselves on Phase 2. There was a consistency in the approach between the two phases, which we accepted. So we acknowledge the risk, but we think it's acceptably manageable.
So my question was that the AOD on phase 2, is it equal to phase 1, which it's not. AOD is raised higher.
Yeah, that reflects modelling. So effectively, the longer you wait, the worse it gets. If this came in 10 years from now, they'd have to raise it more, I suspect. So phase 1, though, is a given. We've granted it, and we agree it's been implemented as well, which you'll notice from the report. They did what they needed to do then, and they have done what they need to do now on this phase, which we're considering today. They're not the same, but there are reasons for that.
I understand that. I just wanted to know whether they're the same level or not, because at the end of the day, there's development going on within the city itself now, which, if it came to planning today, would never have been granted. But that's by and by. The other thing you mentioned was about there's no green space being allocated on phase 2. Is that correct? You're saying that there's green spaces available elsewhere. So are the developers contributing to the upkeep of those other green spaces? Like, I think there's a black ash path or something, a football ground further down on the opposite side.
The reason why we were less concerned about the lack of open space provision on the site itself, just for reference, well, I'm sure you worked out where it is. It's by there, yeah. Okay, now you can see that the pill itself is, this green shading is from our iShare system, and it's called accessible green space. You have to treat it with a degree of caution because some of it is green, but it's not accessible. You can see it, but you can't go on it. Areas of council on woodland, for example. However, on our site, this one, the one we're looking at now, the green is genuinely accessible. So we have the entirety of the river frontage, including Sputty Pill. Those of you who know the area will know that the Riverside Walk is popular and very well used, and it's an excellent facility for the city and the residents. Monkey Island, that's also available to us. That was part of the Lysets development to the south, but you'll appreciate it's very close to our site. Yes, you have to walk around the Pill, cross over the Pill Bridge and get access onto Monkey Island from the Lysets scheme, but that is available. It's very close. Black Ash Park is very close, and there are other playing fields which are very close. So although some of those are actually, pitches, but there are park areas that people can progress through or linger and relax as suits them. So in our view, although the required communal space, public open space, wasn't delivered on the site, we felt that the provision near to the site was sufficient, and Section 106 contributions, which I think are outlined in your report, describe what's been secured in terms of public open space maintenance and improvement. So this slide more or less explains why we are less concerned about the failure to deliver communal space on site. It's because there is good quality public open space nearby which residents can use.
I was concerned about no open space, green space on the development, but I wanted to make sure that the developer is contributing towards the open space which are close by, like the pitches opposite and the other amenities and so on. But you've answered that question. There is a 106 agreement in place,
Right. Paragraph 7.76 of the report. Leisure to maintain, improve informal leisure provision at Monkey Island, which is a peninsula between the river and Sputty Pill. £5,558, and the applicants agreed that.
Thanks, Councillor Watkins. I can't see anybody else indicating. Councillor Perkins, you keep doing this to me.
Keep doing it to Yep. So, on on the plan it says the bin store is on the ground floor to the side of the building. How is that waste being picked up? Because that's very close to the corner of the road in. So is the waste bin stopping there? Because there's no way for them to come into the car park to pick it up.
Right, bear with me. I will go back to the presentation. Here we are. Right, can we zoom in a bit? Let's do that. Got too many things open. Right, just bear with me. Right, we zoomed in a bit on this so that we can see it a little bit better. Now, on this slide here, this slide shows the ground floor and the lower ground floor. They kind of amalgamated them into one plan. I won't go into that too much. But where the cursor is now, that's a bin store. Okay, so it does open out onto the access lane. Now, what you'll appreciate, and I think we did address it in the report, is that the access lane isn't in the site. It's in phase one. Okay, but both sites are owned and controlled by the same people. We're satisfied that they have commenced the scheme next door and that they have within their means the ability to deliver this access road, because unless they deliver this access road here and this car park here, then they can't get on to phase two. It's impossible. Yeah, so this scheme depends on the scheme next door happening to some extent. Okay, what we anticipate then is that the bin wagon and the recycling truck will come in along the access road, because they've got to go to the other blocks anyway, and they'll stop there as required. That's a completely normal arrangement, as you'll appreciate, on private roads and on adopted roads. The truck has to stop, and the operatives have to go and get the things they need to go and get. So we expect that the truck will turn in, it will stop, it will be quite near the junction, but people making a left or right turn should be doing that with all appropriate and due caution, because you can't see round the corner. So you need to make sure you can stop if you have to. So we don't see anything inherently unsafe in this arrangement. Nobody's critiqued it or said that they're concerned by it, not the waste team, not the highway section. So we're satisfied that the waste arrangement will functionally work and isn't unacceptably dangerous. You know, it's the old rule, don't drive beyond your sight lines. If you want to go around a blind corner at 60, you're braver than me. So yeah, we're satisfied, yeah. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Are there any other comments or questions before we go to the vote? No? Okay, well, the recommendation, very similar to earlier, I won't read it all again, but it's, the recommendation is that we grant with conditions and subject to a section 106. So, have we got a proposer for that, please? Councillor Howells, thank you. Councillor Harvey, second, thank you. All those in favour? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. The only thing left on the agenda now is item 5, the appeals decisions, which is just for information only. So I think just before we finish, I just want to thank and congratulate everybody for surviving the best part.